published, and where she has talked about the nomination approach rather than going for the standardization. So I was very keen to attend, and just now I am attending 2 international conferences simultaneously.
Thanks for technology that it allows us to do that.
No, it says you I got out of their break room, and because I wanted to see her and meet her, because I've been reading it, and as you all know, I've been sharing her work for many.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Betty ma'am, streaming has started.
Yeah, please start.
Thank you. I just want to check that. Thank you so much.
Right.
All right. It's day 3, and we're back again in the halls of knowledge, as I like to call it. And very excited that it's day 3, somewhere in the middle of the conference right now. And it's very, very exciting to just say day 3. I'm sorry, I'm saying day 3 again and again. Of course, adding to the fact that today is the International Day of Persons with Disability. And I think it's just beautiful that we are here today talking about resilience, talking about reinvention. I think these 2 words just describe the lives of any individual, and they're kind of 2 words that really mark a life. And it's very nice to be able to come together today and talk about reinvention and resilience. And so welcome everyone. And before we begin, I'd like to invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar to please share any instructions he may have for the CRE participants. Okay, maybe he's not able to join us right now, so we'll continue and then we'll request him to give us the details later. So we are now going to get directly into our first plenary session. Our session is going to be chaired by Professor Latika Sharma. Ma'am is Professor of the Department of Education, Punjab University. She is nominated to the Senate of Punjab University by the President of India, Chancellor, for a term of which would go up to 21-24. And we're very fortunate to have her here with us today because today we're looking at general education and special education coming together, working closer, working in a more integrated manner. And I can't think of anyone better to have chair this session than Professor Sharma herself. With all her vast experience in general education, she'll surely be able to add a different perspective to what we're going to talk about is a very niched area of needs, which is giftedness. So ma'am, we thank you, ma'am, and we're very grateful that you gave us your consent to be a chair for this session. We look forward to a long-standing collaboration with you in the future. And over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Betty. Lovely to hear you, see you after just reading your name in the invitation. I congratulate Professor Sujata and her entire team for bringing this all together, and also thank you for making me a part of it. I'm indeed privileged to be chairing a session where Professor Anita Kurup will be speaking, and speaking on an area which has always intrigued me. Around us, while we have visible presence of persons with disabilities, the visibility to be given to gifted is something which people with experience and a researcher's bent of mind can only guide. So thank you for giving me this session to first of all welcome Professor Anita Kurup to this session. Dear participants, let me give you a brief introduction, which will be indeed very, very nominal, because the phenomena that Professor Anit Kurup is quite a huge one when it has to be summarized in a paragraph. Still making an effort. Professor Anita is head and professor of education program at NIES Education for the Gifted and Talented. at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, India. She is currently leading the National Gifted and Talented Education Program in India, anchored at NIAS. The program was initiated by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India in 2011. She and her team have developed Indian-based identification protocols and mentoring mechanisms for the gifted children in India in the age group 0 to 18 years for different populations, which is indeed a remarkable achievement and a very niche area for getting funding and to be able to allow to work and expand this horizon. The hallmark of her research career, spanning over 2 decades, has been the innovation methodologies, which she has adopted for large-scale research studies, questioning the existing theoretical frameworks and to find solutions to the real-world problems. She has several publications to her credit. Her latest has just been announced to us by none other than Professor Sudesh Mukhopadhyay, who is also one of the participants, and we are all eagerly waiting to hear what Professor Anita Kurup is going to unfold in her paper today. Professor Anita Kurup was awarded the Fulbright Nehru Senior Research Fellowship for the year 2011 and 12. She is among the few often noted experts in the field of education and gender at the national level. She holds various posts and roles of responsibility with several national governance agencies. Thank you, ma'am, for handling all this for the area of gifted children. The topic, if you allow me, I will announce the theme on which we're going to speak today. Dear friends, as announced, challenges to identify and mentor gifted and talented children in developing countries, insights from India. So today we are going to get a small peek into her world of research and effort, and maybe more than 2 decades of work, because the inspiration and the involvement in this area must have spanned many, many decades. I welcome you, Anita Kurupji, to begin your session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. And I look forward to interacting with the group. So without much ado, let me go straight to my presentation. I'd like to thank Dr. Ban and her team for putting together a conference of this kind and for even visualizing that giftedness and talented education needs to be a part of it. I think it is her vision that has allowed us to come together as a group. A big thank you to you, Sujata, and to the team. So let me share my presentation. Right. What I want to broadly sort of walk you all through in this 40 minutes of presentation is, I'd like to argue in this presentation that when one is looking at the gifted and the talented children in the space of education, it is extremely important that as a developing country and as India that is extremely diverse, we should acknowledge and build on the knowledge base of scholars who have worked in this field. That I'd like to put it up front. Having done that, it is extremely important for us to carve our niche area based on what our field informs us and not get limited with the frameworks that has guided gifted and talented education in the world. I can very broadly say gifted and talented education has had its inception in the Western countries, in the developed countries, and when compared to India, they are less diverse. That is one of the points I want to raise. The second point that I want to clearly raise is India is looking at this program at a point of time while research has been already covered in this area among the other countries. So I think in terms of the advantage we have, we are already poised at a point where they are already reviewing the existing programs and trying to examine why the program for the gifted and the talented is not reaching out to the disadvantaged groups. And here I think the experience of India becomes critical, because we are also talking of a large number of disadvantaged population. And I think India can pave the way for the developing countries to look at a paradigm shift, both in the process of identification and in the process of mentoring, keeping in mind both the diversity of the country and also the need for resources, because we come from a plane that we are working with limited resources. And so I think it's extremely important that we examine our work, and the work that I'm proposing to share in this 40 minutes is broadly to give you a peek of what is the kind of work that we have done and why we think the work that we have done sets new directions in the field of gifted and talented education. Let me make it full screen.
Yes.
Yes. Let me get to the next slide. Now, when you're looking at the gifted and talented education within the context of India, it's important for us to recall that India has adopted a right to education and education for all, which includes that we need to make sure that education reaches children belonging to different caste, class, gender, religion, language, and region, and also children who are differently able. And in that, I'd like to say, please don't not include the children who are gifted and talented. So when you're talking of right to education, you're talking of the right to education of every single child. Using the same framework that scholars use in terms of children who are differently able, the current formal education system in India is geared towards the average learner. Anyone who falls at the two ends of the continuum are not addressed in the formal education system. So the usual approach that you have is, yes, we are looking at that children are reached, we are struggling with questions of quality, so the average learner is important. I think we have been repeating this for decades. I think we are at a point right now where we no longer can say that the country needs to only worry about getting the last child into the formal education stream, but the country should be equally worried of children who enter the stream and do not stay there. A large number of the children who enter the stream and who do not stay there, and the children who don't enter the stream, are children who are differently able and the children who are gifted and talented. I strongly argue that the children who are gifted and talented are children with special education needs. It is important that we join hands with the scholars, with the policy advocacy makers in terms of children who are differently able, and we form a much stronger group to argue that the formal education system will have to address the need of children with special needs. This would mean to include children who are differently able and the gifted and talented. So this is broadly the framework through which I argue for the need for research and the need for addressing the needs of the gifted and talented in India. Now, what does the National Education Policy 2020 say? I'd like to say, I would not claim that it is only our work that has been responsible to get the need for the gifted and talented into the National Education Policy 2020, but I would like to say we have played a very critical part to see that for the first time in the National Education Policy, we have flagged off the need of the gifted and the talented. This particular policy has brought to the fore the need to identify the innate talents of students, which must be discovered, nurtured, and fostered, and developed beyond the school curriculum as it currently exists. Teacher education will include recognition, will include the training so that they are able to recognize and foster the talents and interests of these children, and include specialization in the education of the gifted in the newly proposed 4-year pre-service training to be implemented before 2030. I'd like to sort of take a pause and say that from the time perhaps when I entered and did my teacher's training way back in 1985, the moment I completed the training, I said, this is no training for a teacher. You cannot train me in 10 months and give me the responsibility of the education of thousands and more than thousands of children in my hand who would turn over through my hands over the decades. You cannot train me in 10 months. It is important to treat teachers' education as a professional course. And a professional course has to be for 5 years, is what I have been arguing and working as a young scholar, as a young faculty, have been using that in every fora possible, wherever I get an opportunity to say that the teachers training program has to be made as a professional degree course. It cannot be isolated from the university space. You cannot make a teachers training college to exist in isolation. It should be integral of university education, and hence it's important that content, pedagogy, and assessment needs to be integrated as part of the professional degree when you are training teachers for pre-service. We may pause and think, what will happen to a large number of teachers who are out in the school with this 10 months training like me and like many others? It's important that in-service training has to be hugely strengthened to create the necessary content expertise, the necessary pedagogy innovations that are coming, and the need to really overhaul the assessment system to make education learning for children meaningful. So I really think that this 4 years integrated course is extremely important, and being able to make the gifted and talented education as a specialization is a very critical part. I have been fortunate enough to work in the core group that has prepared the framework as a part of the NCTE effort, which was supported by the Tata Trust. And it is important that we are able to see that this framework, which has had the minds of leading educationists from different groups, really is implemented when it passes through the NCERT, where it should not really change its form and content, but at least the core needs to be retained. Now, who are the gifted children? See, people look at the gifted children in several ways. For me, the gifted and talented individuals are those exceptional children who demonstrate outstanding levels of aptitude, defined as an exceptional ability to think and learn, or competence, which is documented performance or achievement that puts that child at the top 3% in one or more than one domain. So it is this child who shows this exceptional ability that places the child at the top 3% of their age peer group. And these domains can be any structured area of activity with its own symbol systems, like mathematics and language, and or a set of sensory motor skills like painting, dancing. And they must demonstrate the intention of using the above abilities in constructive personal and or social purpose. We have adopted this definition from the National Association for Gifted Children 2014, and we have really expanded this so that it also reflects the condition of the gifted and talented we are talking of. Now, what does India look like? India has the world's largest population of about 500 million children in the age bracket of 5 to 24. It is a country that has one of the largest networks of higher education institutions in the world. We are over 1,000 universities. These are old numbers, and we have really sort of expanded the university system. India has over 250 million school-going children, more than any other country, and 36.64 million students enrolled in higher education. So we are talking of a large number of student population. If you look at the diversity of India, which I call is the biggest challenge for our country, is we are a country of 29 states with 7 union territories, about 1.4 billion population with diverse religious, linguistic, tribal and cultural backgrounds. There are about 780 languages and different scripts in India, and the census have identified 122 languages, of which 22 are scheduled languages. Can we even imagine the challenge we have to look at something like the gifted and talented in a country that has these multi-layered challenges in terms of diversity? I think this becomes the biggest challenge for us when we look at a program like the gifted and talented. We also have the issue of different caste, different religious groups. All of this that adds to the dimensions of diversity creates challenges in multiple ways for the formal education system to address the educational needs of a country like India. In addition to the already existing diversity in the population of the country, we add a very important layer of diversity in terms of differences of schooling. We have different curriculum in terms of state boards. We have the CBSE curriculum, the ICSE curriculum, the IGCE curriculum, the IB curriculum. All these curriculum differences adds very clear dimensions of layers of differences that advances the already existing inequality in this country. The schooling infrastructure, hugely diverse. The quality of teaching learning experiences, the teacher-student ratio, the standard teacher ratio or the grade teacher ratio, a very important variable that actually impacts quality, the teacher quality, the parents' awareness and participation, and not to say the least and the most critical, the assessment patterns adopted creates a huge sense of difference and enhances the already existing inequality that the society is throwing into the system. It is within these conditions that we are talking of identifying the gifted in this country and providing them the necessary mentoring mechanisms. If you look at the Indian scenario, considering that the gifted are normally distributed, I strongly argue, and I have used this in several fora, because it is my strong belief that the education of the gifted and talented in India has not got its due importance because it has been strongly believed in policy circles that the gifted and the talented can manage on their own. I can assure you with my decades of work in this area, they cannot manage on their own. The existing formal system cannot support them. And we will have to treat them as children with special education needs. About 3% of this population, when you're looking at it, in the age group of 6 to 16, we are talking of a number like 284 million children. Can you imagine that even if we take the top 3%, 284 million children, how do we reach them when you're looking at a program that has been looked at with great suspicion by the policymakers and they are not allowing the program to take off? How do we then make space and reach these 284 million children who are a big potential for this country? And if they are identified and their gifts are actually realized, I think their contribution to the development of the country is huge. Now, if you look at this particular, when I'm talking of the top 3%, I'm talking of something like 9.9 million children, and 7.2 million of these children are in rural areas. All of us as educators in this room understand what are the limited infrastructure, the limited facilities, both for learning and for children and for teachers to really engage in teaching effectively. What are the conditions when you're talking of the schools in rural areas? And not to say that 4.7 million of these are gifted girls. And all of us know in our country, how does gender operate within the school space? And if they are gifted, how does one identify them? And how does one also offer mentoring to them? So what is the need of the hour? I think it is important for us to recognize and place on record that gifted and talented often remains as a neglected area in India. I have no hesitation to say that very vocally today. The gifted children have high cognitive and emotional needs, which are not, I'd like to underline, which are not met in usual classrooms. With a population of 1.4 billion, it's a challenge to identify the top layer of the country's talent pool in the presence of this multi-layered differences. The National Institute of Advanced Studies, this is actually our conference hall, is looking at bridging this gap. Just to give you a brief of the institute, we are an institute that engages with multidisciplinary research, and as an education program, we take up critical questions in the area of education that often does not fall within the narrow definition of the education discipline, but would appear as a problem that lies across disciplines. And we engage with research in that area. So we are looking at introducing the education for the gifted and talented for the country. This institute was founded in 1988. It's an institute that conducts advanced multidisciplinary research. We have three broad visions. We do cutting edge research, we undertake multidisciplinary research studies, and we create leadership and excellence. The Education for the Gifted and Talented is a program to create leadership among the young in this country. As part of the program, we have registered an organization like a website, and this group is called as Prodigy, that is basically promoting the development of India's gifted young. It is an initiative to demonstrate the development of the gifted and young by bringing together researchers, educators, policymakers, parents, and other stakeholders to address the challenge of the education of the gifted children. As part of the program, we conduct residential workshops of varying duration. We have, for the first time in the country, have instituted the NIAS Advanced Learning Centers that conduct weekend classes for the gifted and the talented. We are looking at student and expert mentoring. We start off with student mentoring and move on to the expert mentoring depending on the need of the gifted child. We are creating advanced learning materials. We recognize that the gifted learner most often are independent learners. They require a huge parental support in the absence of support in the educational space, and exposure to peers and making sure that peer learning is a critical part of the program is what we try to do by providing early mentoring. It is important that these children who have exceptionally high self-motivation are critical, and it's important that we help them realize their big ideas. So what is the objective of the program when we began? It was important for us to engage in research to develop Indian-based protocols and mechanisms of identifying the gifted. When I say protocols, I'm very clear that we cannot have one national protocol to identify the gifted and talented in the country. While I claim that NIAS has developed identification protocols for the urban, rural, and tribal, I still think all of these protocols will undergo iteration while we look at different urban, rural, and tribal populations in different states and regions in the country. It is important that we develop culturally sensitive diagnostic tool. We have shifted the paradigm when I said at the beginning of my paper. We have said that the gifted and the talented cannot be identified by using exclusively psychometric measurements. And I can really take questions of why I think that will not work for India. I have several reasons, and let me see through the presentation if I can address some of them. We have worked towards developing evidence through field-based research for a national policy of the gifted. That was what we were working on, and the NEP 2020 bang included it, and it has taken at least that work off our list. So now we can go back and concentrate on research. We are articulating the role of mentors in nurturing the gifted students, and we are trying to create networks and use popularization mechanisms so that the program gets popularized and we are able to see that more groups would engage in both identification and mentoring the gifted. We have also tried to create advanced content in the area for the gifted and talented. We have done it in mathematics, but all of the efforts that we have done are indications of the direction through which the program can move. I think the work that we have to do is much larger than what we have covered. We have only started. And I think there is so much more to be done, so many more groups to be part of it, and a long way for us to go. Let me next. Okay, so the NIAS Education for the Gifted and Talented program, that is what we would like to call it, because we do not want to target and label children as gifted and talented. Our focus is in providing an education for the gifted and the talented, and hence remove away the focus on the gifted and talented, because labeling itself creates a huge pressure for the children who are identified as gifted and talented. So we started this program initially with the grant from the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, 4 years when we engage in research and developing the protocols. And further with the TCS grant in 2016, we expanded the program and in collaboration with the government of Karnataka, and looked at developing protocols for the rural and children from the Adivasi communities. We have trained over 2,000 teachers, 1,000 in rural areas and more than 1,000 teachers in urban areas. For the rural and Adivasi communities, it has been in 2 districts in Karnataka, but for the urban group, because they have access to technology, we have been able to reach groups across South India and some of the states in North India. So currently we have over 250 children who are gifted and talented, both from the urban and rural pool. We have not been very ambitious to increase the pool, because it's important that we put the framework in place, and expansion can happen once the framework is firm and we are able to get partners. Along with this, we have also tried to see that we reach out to the gifted and the talented beyond grade 10, who are in grade 11 and 12. And so we started the program that we called as the NIAS Maya Prodigy Fellowship Program, where students who finished grade 10 could apply for a fellowship. So it is through a selection. And we have in the program over the last 5 years selected over 70 students, a small number, where we are providing continuous mentoring. The important part of a program that makes a program stand out from the other programs is it is not a one-time intervention that we do with the children who are identified in our program. We mentor them, we support them till they are able to manage on their own. So once they fall into our pool, they become our responsibility. And hence, to increase the pool without having enough resources is something that we have really resisted as temptation. We just thought that we will not do that. The what of it? So what we envisage is, I think at the national level, you need a gifted education center because you do not have enough research in this particular area. We have been struggling to look at research work in the area of gifted and talented in India. I don't claim that we are the first group who has been doing research in this area, but I can claim that the previous groups have used psychometric measurements to identify the gifted and talented. And we are the group that has shifted that paradigm, and we have argued that social, cultural, and individual dimensions are extremely important to identify the gifted and talented. So we are looking at having something that would be a research center. I think the research center, where you have it at the national level, you need regional level research centers, which has to go down to the state and district level, where research is conducted in the area of giftedness. How does one look at the nature of giftedness in the Indian context? How do we develop tools for identification, and how do we mentor? How do we develop mentoring mechanisms based on what the field informs you? We need to develop resources and the curriculum for the gifted and the talented. And we also need to look and pay attention to the socio-emotional, gender and cultural issues of the gifted. I think all of this are broad research agendas. I think anybody in the room can easily look at any of these questions and really engage with very deep level research. In terms of training, I firmly believe that we cannot implement this program without partnering with teachers who would be critical to really expand this program in a country that's as large as India. While everyone would argue that the teacher's bias in terms of identifying the gifted, because we use the teacher's nomination behavioral rating scale, the teacher's bias has strongly occurred as an important concern in the scholars' work when you're looking at the identification of the gifted. I say that if we have adequate training of the teachers, we would be able to make sure that this bias can be partially addressed. If you open parallel channels for parents' nomination and also self-nomination, we will be able to sort of correct the possible bias that the teacher's nomination may bring in to the identification process. Why I argue that the teacher's nomination behavioral rating scale is very important is I think that when you look at the gifted and talented, for children who are twice exceptional, you have established research that says that portfolio and actual data in terms of what the child does becomes very important in the process of identification. I think the gifted and talented in developing countries are also a disadvantaged population. And hence, trying to use a tool that will put the disadvantaged population at a disadvantage simply because test taking is a skill that is garnered by the middle class parents and that is given to their children. So try and see that is not creeping into our process of identification. It is extremely important that through teachers' behavioral nomination scale, as well as portfolio data, we can identify the gifted and talented because we are dealing with real data. We are not dealing with tools that are developed in different populations, and then we hope through a standardization process, they would reflect the realities of the children in our country. I don't think it works that way. I think these tools are made for specific needs, for specific populations, and using that in this context would defeat the very purpose of introducing the education for gifted and talented in this country. I think when we look at the teachers' nomination behavioral rating scale, we are able to do large-scale research. Standardization of this would give us broad patterns of what would entail as gifted for a child who comes from rural Gujarat, for a child who comes from urban Manipur, for a child who comes from rural Karnataka. It is extremely important that the data and the patterns that come from different populations will have to be used as a process for standardization before we set up the protocols for identifying the gifted and talented. The mentoring and talent development is a very important component of the program. It is not enough if we identify the children. It is important that we provide them continuous mentoring support. And this could be done by a mentor-mentee interaction. Anyone interested, I can expand to you all what we have done in this area. We are looking at resource sharing platforms among gifted children, parents and mentors. So several of the parents look at different resources to support their children who are gifted. We have brought all of them on a technology platform, used WhatsApp simply because it's the most easily accessible platform, and parents share resources that the other parents can use. I've assured all parents of the gifted and the talented that you are not in competition because you have a huge space to occupy. All these children will create niche areas for themselves, and they would be more a support to each other rather than pitting them against each other in our short-sighted competition that has been driven by the middle-class parents in our country. I think we should really break that completely. We are looking at bringing the gifted children together in weekend, summer, winter workshops, because just by identifying, just by knowing that I am not alone and I have others who are like me, gives them a huge support both socially and emotionally. And hence bringing them together becomes extremely important. It is also important that we coordinate and really develop the framework for training the facilitators of the advanced learning centers. Technology needs to connect all the advanced learning centers across so that there is a large amount of peer learning and learning across centers for the children who are gifted and talented. Advanced content in multidisciplinary areas becomes extremely popular among the gifted and the talented. In terms of parental awareness, networking, looking at parents, teachers, community, bringing them together, looking at working with national, international scholars, educationists, researchers, and policymakers becomes extremely important. You should tell me if I'm shooting out of time and I will stop.
Yes.
Because I think it's an area that I'm extremely passionate. Dr. Sharma, you can stop me at any point and I can take questions.
It really looks as if we have just started warming up on the topic.
Okay.
And it's already over.
No, it's not over. I will take you forward. I have a few more slides, no problem. You stop me in terms of time.
I was told 3:30 and 3:32. So let's focus on the key points, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, let me just walk you through the others. The how of it, I just would share with you that we have multiple identification protocols for 0 to 18. We have used different methods. Teachers training is extremely important. We are looking at applications that are very strong with portfolios. Creative essay writing is used. Interaction rounds or interviews are used and final selection is done. We have also used psychometric measurements and we have found that they don't enhance our selection process. And hence I argue that we could use other methods that are less expensive and we don't have to worry that we don't have enough psychologists in this country to really conduct the psychometric testing for a large number of parents who don't even have the resources. And this, I will also take you through the mentoring. One sec. Okay, let me just take you all what are our modes of mentoring that we have. So we are envisaging a one-to-one mentoring. We are looking at satellite centers to be established in small towns, online and offline mentoring, institute-based mentoring, summer winter workshop, projects work, field visits, working with scholars and scientists, online and offline mode, school level mentoring, local level mentoring, and expert level mentoring. So we are just saying that mentoring can begin right at the school level. If the child grows over that mentor, look for local level mentors. The child grows over that mentor, then look for an expert within that area. Otherwise, go across geographical areas. Look at both online and offline. So what is the needs and the level of the child will differ, the level of the mentoring that the program will have to offer the children. We are looking at diverse models in terms of training the mentors, because not all mentors, see, many of these professors and scholars really do not know how to interact with young children. We have to also take care that these children don't get abused in the process. There's a huge responsibility. Hence, training of mentors, recruitment of mentors, reviewing mentoring mechanisms are all very important mechanisms that we will have to really develop. And we are hoping to see that we will network with all the academies of sciences, all key institutions of social sciences, humanities, arts, and sports, so that you can really create a national level mentoring platform that is technologically supported. The where of it, okay, this we can skip, not a problem. And I'll tell you where we are looking at going. We are looking at an online app-based identification thing for upscaling. We are looking at creating a national counselors network, which is extremely important because these children need to be supported. Most counselors are less aware about the gifted and the talented. For example, for the twice exceptional children, there is more attention on the disability rather than on the gift. So I think one needs to look at creating training for the national counselors. We have the policy for gifted, and we have to look at creating a mentors network in villages and small towns. The future, I think we need to work with Kendra Vidyalayas, with state governments. We have to work with change schools, and we have to interact with parents. We have to consult with experts. So broadly, that is where I think we should be going. Technology is very useful. The COVID years have taught us how we can learn technology if we are pushed to it. I think technology has to be hugely leveraged for expanding the program. That's where we are. This is our advisory group. That's my team. These are some of my mentors. Thank you.
Professor Anita, I was very keen to get in the questions from the audience, because they are really agog with excitement about this new area for research and for developing their own domain. So like Rosemary is asking, is the IQ of the child a major factor in deciding the giftedness in a child?
See, among the children where we have sort of corroborated the data with IQ, an IQ that is high is one of the indicators. But I don't think just with high IQ, you can call them gifted. Because for me, the central point of a gifted child is that deep sense of motivation that the child demonstrates in the area of the child's interest. So it's not a motivation across areas. If the child is interested, the child has a deep sense of motivation and is a self-driven learner.
Then there is this interest about how the teachers who are already in classes and maybe missing out on the gifted children, is there a screening checklist for teachers? Of course, it has to be after a training that one can use such a checklist, but is there a screening checklist for teachers?
Absolutely. What I talk of the teachers nomination behavioral rating scale is a scale that has a set of about 24 behavioral items of the children. And you need to put them on a scale of, you see them often, very often, once in a way. So it's on a scale of 3 that we have currently done in the standardized version. And we actually, when we do the teachers training, we introduce them to what is gifted and talented education. We more importantly tell the teachers, it is not your first rankers, not all your first rankers are gifted and talented. Some of them may be gifted and talented. Your most mischievous, difficult students in your class can be gifted and talented. Exactly. So we walk them through the different forms of giftedness that you have through case profiles. And after the training, we introduce them to the nomination scale, get them to use it in the workshop.
Yes.
By recalling a child, and then the teacher goes back and then fills the addition information. We corroborate that information and take more information from the parents when the contact number of the parents and people who know the child is shared to the researcher. So it's a fairly developed process.
Dr. Anita Sarika Shah would like to know that do we have any programs for children who have crossed the age of 15? Can we identify them after that?
Yes, you can. So the NIAS Maya Prodigy program are for children who are after 16 and 18. This was also developed on a pilot mode because we required some amount of funding. We give them a one-time cash award, and after that, we bring them to annual workshops where we actually invite mentors from across the world, and the children interact with the mentors. So the children prepare what is their area of interest, and they actually present where they think they want to go vis-a-vis their career. And these mentors who are experts interact with the children depending on what their area of work is. And most children during this stage are able to identify and match their passion, build the necessary skills, and take on an area that they choose and where they will excel, rather than choose an area that their parents think they should be choosing. So we have been able to streamline a large number of them into new areas of interest based on the interaction that we have had post them being part of the NIAS Maya Prodigy Fellowship Program.
Professor Anita, a very brief answer to my last question at the risk of overshooting by 30 seconds. Everyone wants to know how we can start a program in the school and where can teachers be trained. So a very brief answer to that in terms of like a link or a site, or like, because everybody wants to implement NEP in the best way forward. It is a huge opportunity. So do help us.
Just go to my email. Currently, I don't have running projects. Write to me. We are already trying to work with different schools, and we would be happy to do it because we are also trying to use technology to really do the training and help more schools adopt the program. I would be happy to really help in this. Please write to me and we will see how do we take it forward. Bother me, call me. If I don't respond on your email, make sure that I respond. I'm really telling y'all, don't let me go. That's what the parents do. They'll send 2 emails. I don't respond. Then they'll call me. It'll bother me and I have to respond. But I'm really looking at some funding so that I can expand the team, and anybody in the group who would want to partner in this, I would be more than willing to work with y'all, because I don't think NIAS alone can reach the gifted children of this country. We need many more hands and many more minds.
You have really stated the route, the tap route, from where we all have to branch out and make it a success. The question has rightly come. What is your email ID? Kindly type it in the chat box for everyone to copy and save. And with this, I would like to thank you, Professor Anita Kurup, for enlightening us on a topic which was much needed. Many students who have reached mental health departments may be gifted and not really troubled because of some mental issues of their own making. So I would like to say that with the national education policy focusing on socio-emotional learning, many opportunities are opening for nurturing talent, optimizing potential. Thank you so much for bringing this important area into NEP, into an era when we have so many provisions to take it forward. At our own times, we will be getting in touch with you, Professor Anita. Thank you, Professor Sujata, for giving me this opportunity to interact with everyone. Thank you. With this, I close the session.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Latika Sharma. You once again, I just want to extend my gratitude to you for consenting to be the chair for this session, and I really couldn't have thought of a better person. We couldn't have thought of a better person for this job. Professor Kurup, thank you for your exciting presentation. Giftedness is actually a concept very close to my heart. One of the very first child that I worked with in special education was a gifted child. So holds very fond memories in that way. I thoroughly enjoyed working with the then I was fortunate to work with another child and thoroughly enjoyed being kept on my feet and cognitively challenged. And it's really good to know that these children will not fall through the cracks and there's something there for them. So thank you so much. All right, so it's time to take the photograph. So if everyone could please switch on their cameras, we'll have a quick group photograph with our resource persons.
Thank you so much. And share the photograph with me, Betty.
Yes, I will do
A
that.
memory library of mine.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
We will.
Yeah, it's done.
Thank you.
Yes.
What about Nandi, ma'am? We will enjoy your wedding.
Thank you. Can I take leave? Thanks so
Yes,
much.
ma'am. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks to the organizers.
Thank
Over
you.
to your next session.
Yes. Yes. So thank you everyone for switching on your cameras. It's now time to move on to our next session. I would like to invite Professor Anita Julka to chair this session. Professor Julka is the former Dean Coordination NCRT and former Head of Department of Education of Groups with Special Needs. Professor Julka continues to be active in the field. She's involved in several policy-making matters.
Good afternoon, Professor Anita Julka. So nice to see you online after a very, very long time.
Thank you, Sujata, for inviting me. It is my pleasure to be a part of this seminar, this conference. As always, Sujata collects a lot of good people and we learn a lot from her conferences. And I'm sure today also is going to be a great opportunity for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We just had a wonderful session with Professor Anita Kurup on giftedness, and it was really, really very enlightening. So now we are looking forward to another session with Dr. Nathan Grill. So yes.
All right. To continue, Professor Anita Julka is still involved in several policy-making matters with the Ministry of Education, formerly known as the Ministry of Human Resource Development. She's also involved in several national and international research projects. Professor Julka, who developed the Index for Developing Inclusive Schools, a framework, is a strong proponent of inclusion herself. The Department of Special Education has had a long-standing association with her and has enjoyed her unwavering support. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I request you to please take the dais.
Okay, since I think all sessions are going a long way ahead of their timings, I would try to keep the timeline, which is around 45 minutes. And I would like to introduce the speaker, Professor Nathan Grills, who is a public health physician at National Institute for Global Health in the University of Melbourne. He works on a number of projects. He has worked and he is working. He works on non-communicable diseases, public health and disability. And generally, he's doing all this work in community setting. So he's very close to the grassroots. He has also been a commentator for COVID-19 in the media. And he has done a lot of writings, also done a lot of radio talks, TV talks. And he's also, the exciting thing about Professor Grills is that he has worked in Asian countries, including India, and basically on community health and developmental projects in the area of disability. He's worked in India, Nepal. He's also worked in Kenya, Thailand, to say some. There are many more. His research is basically in the area of disability measurements and inclusion. And what is more, I would say dynamic about him is that he has not only an international experience, but also we in India can also learn a lot from him. And he has this personal commitment to this area because of his 9-year-old daughter. So Professor Grills, I welcome you and to speak on competency-based learning, competency-based education programs. And, in India with the NEP, everybody's talking about the national education policy. we have been talking about learning outcomes rather than, the summative kind of assessment for a number of years now. I think last 5 years we've been talking about this, but now it has come in the national education policy in a big way. And it's very appealing and exciting for inclusive education, because through this, every child learns on his or her own pace and there is flexibility. That is what inclusion is all about. So without taking much of your time, I would invite you to give your talk. Thank you, Professor Quince. We can't hear you. Can we hear him?
I was going to say thank you, Anita, for your kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to be able to be here today and share with this lovely conference and forum. It's something that I've looked forward to for a while, to be able to share with a group, including Sujita ma'am, who's been a really important part of our work over the last year and a half or 2 years. And Anita, I really want to talk today a bit about competency-based approaches. So it is World Disability Day, and I want to wish everyone a happy International Disability Day. It's something that we are all celebrating as we're looking at inclusive education. But what we're finding in our programs in North India, I've worked, as I said, as introduced, for about 20 years now in India, is that sometimes we don't have special educators at a rural level, and we're looking at training community-based inclusive development workers as an alternative cadre who can help with that process of getting the child into a local education facility as part of their role. So not necessarily doing special education, they can do some basic work, but really how do we look at advocating and working with the community structures, which is a really important part of this community-based inclusive development worker and their competencies that we've been developing over the last 3 years. So I'm going to speak a bit about that, and it's really, I think, informative for your space as well in special education and inclusive education, because they play an important role. Sometimes you look at, you have a school and you have an inclusive classroom. That's one side of the spectrum. And then you have some great laws, but how do you actually bring the two together and help people get into that classroom? It requires middle structures around that, and a middle player often, which is your advocate, which is what we would call our community-based inclusive development worker in a rural setting. It's a course we develop for more rural settings. This framework exists in a city setting often in India, but in rural settings often we don't have that framework, and that's the role of this course, is to really develop a worker to fill that space. So that's the first thing I want to focus on, is this worker and the role they play. But secondly, looking at competency-based approaches, as you suggested, Anita, and how we move a lot of our education now needs to be moved away from didactic, rote learning approaches. And I think the NEP is very good on this. Having read certain details of it, it's moving away from that didactic mass rote learning and focusing all your exams on assessing how much people have read and remembered, towards looking at analytical skills and developing skills that are useful for life, and practical skills that can be applied. And this is really the competency-based approach, is looking at how do you develop competencies rather than getting good marks and passing exams. I'm sure there's many students here today, and I'm sure that passing exams is probably one of your primary motivations. It is for all of us going through courses. And that's part of the problem, is if we have exams that are very focused on assessing what we've remembered rather than on the skills that we need to apply, then people will learn the remembering and learn all the didactic details rather than learning how to do it and actually how to practically apply their skills. So I'll cover those two areas. One is this idea of the intermediary community-based inclusive development worker, and secondly is how do we look at competency-based learning as a different approach for education in India, and that's consistent, I think, with the NEP. So I'll start the presentation on PowerPoint. Hopefully you can see that. Is that clear? Yes. All right. So firstly, I wish you a happy Disability Day, but community-based inclusive development, I want to just introduce that concept a bit more. It addresses challenges experienced by people with disability So it's a very practical, community-based inclusive development is a very practical skill set. So community-based inclusive development programs include health, education, livelihood, social empowerment activities. So it's a very broad set of skills, not just doing therapy or special education, but actually how do we do development and include disability in all the projects that we do. So it works, CBID, you work closely with local partners, local governments and the disability movement, schools, educators, teachers. And CBID promotes the participation and voice of people with disabilities in the decision-making process, which I know we all value. And this is obviously today, especially on International Disability Day, I think it's really important to have that as a key to our approach. CBID not only promotes the participation and the voice, but in the decision-making, it's really important to have that voice included in making major decisions. So it's aimed at enhancing and strengthening earlier work, which was around community-based rehabilitation, which includes education as an element of CBR or community-based rehabilitation, but it goes beyond that. So it builds on it, but goes beyond. And it encourages more inclusive, responsive and accountable communities. So that's just a bit of background about CBID or inclusive development, which I can give you more references to. One reference down there is a useful one to describe the concept. So CBID is based on the fact that we need to get more workers in a place like India because there's a shortage in particularly rural areas. So there's estimated 1.6 million allied health practitioners in India are required if you want to fulfill a need in that disability space. So there's a lot of people in India have a disability. It's probably more than the 1 to 2% that's estimated in the census. If you look at different ways of measuring disability, it's more likely to be more like 10% or even more. 100 million people is probably a fair estimate. And which means that often we are missing a lot of the people with maybe more minor disabilities, and especially like you've just touched on that in a school setting, often children who may be mildly slow learning, who, depending on how you define disability, may be defined as having a disability. It doesn't really matter if they do or don't. It's how do we help that person maximise their opportunities, whether that be in education or employment or social inclusion, involvement in a community. How do you maximise their participation? And often we know from data in India, there's not enough people working in that space to help work with people with disabilities to maximise their participation in community, in society, in schooling, in all aspects of our world. So there's a need to be able to recruit, effectively train, deploy community-based workers. And we've been looking at the model of making sure they're local, they're equipped to respond to rehabilitation and inclusion needs of those with disability in their area. The worker, the community-based inclusive development worker, needs appropriate vocational training. That needs to be targeted at the right educational level, the right locality, the right practice base, and making it very applied. We started to look at this process of developing a community-based inclusive development course for people who are based at a lower education level, for people who are based in rural communities, for people that needed practice skills to be able to deliver services on the ground or be part of a community on the ground. So we did that with the Rehabilitation Council of India, who have been a partner that we acknowledge, and we appreciate their support and leadership in this whole process. And Dr. Sujata has been a part of that process as well. So we looked at, developing an empirically validated and innovative competency-based curriculum. A lot of words there that don't mean a lot, they're confusing, but I'll come back to describe what I mean by invalidated and competency-based, and also why I think it's innovative. So we managed to get high-level support from the Indian government, and as I said, we've worked very closely with them. When the President of India was in Australia, he was able to sign an agreement between Australia and India, which is the basis for us working together on these courses, where we're basically, it's not Melbourne University leading this course, it's helping work with the experts in India and using some of the competency-based approaches, which I'll go through, to develop the course. And we had a number of experts from Australia and India. Lindsay Gale there has been a key person in our whole process, as have other experts from Australia and India. So that was the process. I think what I'm saying here by going through this long timeline is that it's not a quick process to develop a competency-based curriculum. It takes time to make sure integrated into the national program, but also to go through the steps of getting expert opinion included in the design process as to what the needs are for this level of worker, which was in February 2019. That was part of our initial process, is how do we determine what the skill set is that a worker like this requires. So that's an important place to start, rather than starting with designing a great course and excellent lectures that we can teach. How do we start with what does the person that we want to train, what do they need on the ground? What's the key skills that person needs? That was a question we started asking, and we had a group of over 100 experts in disability in India, asking them what was the skill set, what were the competencies that this group of people require as a starting point for determining our training program. After that initial process, we met in Australia in April 2019, and this delegation, we had a co-design process and a workshop over a week to go through different rounds of really refining what skills are needed for that worker, and then devising topics around that competency area and units around that competency area, which I'll go through in a second. And then we had further Delphi rounds of testing that developed curriculum with people in the field to see if it was what they needed, and to see how that competency set that we developed actually was the right set of skills. So really making sure a lot of process spent making sure we were training people in the right things that were needed, that were going to make a difference in the community level. And then we had the course launch. I lost track of time, what year we are. I think it's 2021 actually. And we've rolled out the course since August this year. So in August we had a trainer of the trainers, and we've just gone to scale. There's a year missed out there, which is due to the pandemic between March 2020 and July 2021. We didn't do much in actually launching the course because of the COVID restrictions. Yeah, so this was quite an innovative course, and it was very, very applied and targeted. So we're equipping village-based workers with competencies they needed to help people with disability in their community. So the entry requirement was very low level at 10th pass. We found if we train graduates and give them a postgraduate degree, they're not going to work in the village. They're going to go and work in a higher level institution, often in a bigger city or metro, or even overseas. So to make sure that we're choosing the people who would actually deliver the service, the disability programs on the ground in the place they came from, in the town, in the village. So we offered it in multiple languages. Hindi and English were the main two, but other languages, I think it's 5 languages that we're offering it in, to make sure it's accessible in many parts of India. There's such a diversity of languages in India, which is beautiful. So it makes it hard to develop a national program. So we had 16 centres across India in year 1. The centres we've worked with, sorry, that acronym is confused there, but Emmanuel Hospital Association, we've worked with them, but we've worked with Sajita's organisation, we've worked with other national institutes across India, all the National Institutes of Disability delivering the course as well. And we've given a preference to people with disability to be enrolled in the course. Often they make the best community-based disability worker if they have a personal experience of disability. Yeah, so the course length was 6 months. We were wanting to make it longer, but we found that for a community level worker, 6 months was about the correct length of time. Otherwise, it was difficult to get time away from the village often for a person who may have other activities they're involved in. So 1 month was meant to be in the classroom, 4 months in the field, and 1 month at the end in the classroom. But all of those activities, even in the classroom or the field, were competency-based, focused on developing skills, not on passing exams. So yeah, it's full-time, need to be based at a local institution, which can be difficult. And we found that has been difficult in the rolling out of the course. When they're coming from often very isolated rural areas in India, to be based in an institution away from family is difficult for long periods of time, especially when people now I think are used to doing online courses. They have a preference, at least the ease of it, and probably the cost is less also of being based in your own home and doing the course remotely. So the accreditation was officially through the Rehab Council of India with a certificate co-signed from the University of Melbourne. So that's currently the first batch has been rolled out now, and will finish in about March next year. It is part of the process, and just again to reaffirm the in-depth background and analysis that went into making sure the right things are in the course, and that the course was organised around the major themes, and that we had units and modules that matched up to the major themes or knowledge areas, which matched up to the competencies people were needed to have. So that's our expert team there. Lindsay led a lot of that work. Dr. Sarah Pankaj Maru, Dr. Bhushan, Dr. Kamo, a large number of people were part of this process who are experts from India largely. Basically, we came up with these inclusive development, these competency key knowledge areas, so inclusive community development, assessment and intervention, and professional behaviour and reflective practice. They were the main, they were the main areas that key knowledge areas, and the 12 competency areas you can see there that we came up with. These are the 12 competency areas that we had to include in our program we put together. So each one of those competency areas, which you can see there, had the competency areas down the left there are their headings along the top there. Each of those main competency areas, there were these units and modules that we developed that became the nuts and bolts or the flesh around the course, basically, which covered all the expertise areas that these workers needed. So, for example, the government structures being the competency area, so engaging with government structures, and the actual modules and units were around local structures and processes, using all government levels and sectors, assessing extent of support and compliance of government programs, and maintaining interest and commitment from structures, government programs. So there's an example there. So this same thing we repeated across those 3 key knowledge areas. So this is the key knowledge area for assessment and intervention. So we had the key knowledge area, so the key competencies under the key knowledge area, the competency areas. So along the top there, those competency areas, and then under the competency areas having these units or modules that were necessarily part of the program to cover all the information that our process had led us to understand where it needed to be included in the competency-based approach. And the same for reflective practice and professional behaviour. These are the competency areas and the modules that were included. So it's quite broad, as you can see, and a number of those areas really help our workers at a community level to be able to engage in disability, link with local structures, link with schools, make sure people they work with are included into the community setting and the other development programs that are happening in that community. So just to sort of touch on what a competency-based course is, I think it's often hard to understand without giving some really practical examples, but competency-based education is the approach that a lot of universities use now internationally, and it's been a focus of a lot of University of Melbourne programs that we've developed, particularly professional programs that you're trying to train someone to be able to work in a particular professional setting, rather than just being an academic exercise, which some courses at a university are going to be. But this is very much a competency-based approach, trying to equip professionals to work in these areas. So there's a difference between a competency-based approach and a more traditional education-based approach that traditionally would have been used, which often is more didactic. So the top line there is what traditionally is done. So looking at the curriculum level, for example, for a start, the curriculum level, often traditionally you have subjects, you have knowledge-based content in the curriculum. They're often taught separately across a program rather than being integrated, and they're not very flexible or tailored to the learner. It's really focused on the curriculum's been developed historically. This is it. You must learn these particular areas. Here are the subjects. Here's knowledge you have to get understanding in. Whereas we push in this program, we push more industry-focused curriculum, which is very much more complicated and integrated. It relates to real-life situations and case studies right through the course, and is tailored to the trainee needs. So what does a trainee at that level doing that job actually need? And the curriculum is tailored to that rather than the other way around, which often is the curriculum is the starting point. So it's flipping upside down, really, and starting with the trainee rather than starting with the trainer. So it's looking at, yeah, from a very trainee perspective, what does that trainee need? The setting, traditionally, teaching in many institutions is very focused at the institutional level. It's often at one institution, it's often in a classroom based, it's often separated from the workplace and from real life situations. So the competency-based approach is about more concrete experiences, as in like real life experiences, based more in the workplace. So the training program actually is usually or often partly based in a workplace setting, and it's very practice orientated. So rather than it being theoretical, didactic, it's very practice focused. The trainer, traditionally in a traditional method, the trainer is the expert informant and transmitter of the body of knowledge. They're not familiar with competencies. This has been my experience, I think, in my learning when I went through university. The trainer was almost, it was a sign of respect if the trainer could make it incomprehensible and use acronyms and words no one understood. That was like their sign of respect. But in a competency-based approach, that would be totally inappropriate. It has to be seen as an expert coach or mentor. You're making the language accessible, making sure that the content is really at the needs of the trainee and based at their level and able to be improving their competency in that area. And finally, the trainee, difference in a trainee in a competency-based approach versus traditional approach. The trainee traditionally was a generic passive learner. They didn't challenge they were unchallenged receiver. So they just took on like a sieve what was being thrown at them, and they learned it and they did the right learning. And we all know that's a very big part of the system in India traditionally. And often, as I said before, focus on passing the final assessment. That's not a criticism. That's what we all do. It's a criticism of those who make the courses, who make them so exam focused. So a competency-based approach usually tries to engage the participant in their learning through real-life challenges, and the assessment reflects that. The assessment is very much focused on real learning, real-life experiences, rather than theoretical written exams. And often the assessment takes place in the practice setting and helps them move from one level of competency to the next level of competency to the next level of competency. Just looking at the different levels of competency that you want to try and move someone along, we assume that when someone starts a course like the CBID course, they're a novice, they're receiving information, observing, reflecting, they're making some responses in stimulated, really structured settings. In our course, that's the first month. They come in as a novice. After the first 2 to 4 months, you would hope they would move their competency level up to be an advanced beginner. So they're practicing skills in the real life setting. They're being supervised still quite closely. They're managing basic requirements of the role that they've been trained for with support. But then by 5 to 6 months, which is the end of our 6-month certificate course that we've developed, the CPD course, you hope that they're independent in their role, in all the role tasks that we defined at the start as the important competencies that a CBID graduate would need. And that's minimum competency to practice. So you want them to get to that 6-month stage to a competency level where they're safe to practice. They have the skills and the tasks and they can actually apply them. Whereas a lot of people that leave university courses in Australia and India and other places, they might leave university with great understanding and knowledge, but not have much skills in applying or not really be competent and able to work in the place that they're meant to be trained to work in. So this is very much a competency-based approach versus the traditional academic or didactic type approach. And then you'd hope they'd move to proficient expert probably as they are working in that role, in that setting. That's almost coming to an end about the main presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, but this is the actual course. The details are there for admission. It's a great, if you had people in your area that wanted to be getting skills to play that middleman role, that middle person role, to be able to help people with disabilities get access to education at a community development level. This work is key to that. They're not a special educator, but they're the middle person to help people get access to education, linking to what existing government services, and especially as the NEP comes into existence, these CBD workers should be able to help people navigate some of that system. But you can see from the eligibility, the bottom purple line there, the details of our course. It's meant to be 10th pass only, face-to-face online. A lot of the face-to-face mode is the real focus. The practical part, 60% of this whole course versus theory, only 40%. But even the theory is very focused on the competencies. So a minimum age of 18. So you can see it's very much designed as a competency-based curriculum and a competency-based program, the way it's set up and the way we're doing admissions from the very start through to the very end, and how we plan to hopefully have the exam or the end assessment being very much competency-based and assessing their ability to deliver these skills in an applied setting. So maybe more case study type exams rather than multiple choice exams or traditional short answer exams. So yeah, this is to remind us, I think, about why we're doing the CBID course and why we're looking at developing competencies. We want people who are competent to work amongst people with disabilities. This is a disabled people's organisation or OPD, what they call them these days, rather than DPO, where it's really about how do we help the community and people with disabilities themselves be included in all aspects of their community, and how do we help our CBID worker facilitate that process to happen and work with people with disability in the community-based setting. For the betterment of people with disability and the betterment of our society as a whole. We're all much better off when each person in our society is included and playing an important role. So I'll finish there, and thank you for the chance to be able to talk about the CBID program and the importance of competency-based learning. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Professor. I think it was very knowledgeable, and I think many people can benefit from this kind of competency-based learning courses which have been offered now by RCA in collaboration with University of Melbourne. It's great to know that how you have explained, and I think people got this idea earlier also, and in the National Education Policy, that how we are moving away from the rote memory to actually practical learning by doing, actually being in the practical situations. And you also explain how it is important to have a community-based inclusive development as a main kind of foundation for any kind of projects and learning in the field. So, and especially in India, you explain how it is so important because we have so much dearth and paucity of resources in terms of health practitioners. And you also explained that how CBR workers can help in these areas. Now, since your course has been explained fully well, where you have talked about the skill sets identified, the competencies to be developed, the topics to be covered, the length of the course, and you have also talked about how the curriculum was developed and how it was a real life interactive and integrated kind of curriculum, which is actually quite a scarcity in India. Still, it's been done. We are moving towards it, but still learning about competency-based, course and curriculum, developing these kind of courses is still a little mysterious area, a gray area for India. So thanks for explaining how the curriculum can be developed, what kind of setting can we take, what kind of trainer we should have, and also the kind of learning progress from novice to actual proficiency expert person, how it can be progressed in a different way. So I will invite the audience to, talk about, and thanks for keeping in time and finishing everything well before time. So we have a lot of time now to take observations and questions, and you are there to answer and solve the kind of uncover the mystery which surrounds the learning outcomes, which are so important in India now. The outcome-based learning is the main thing happening even during this, even in the school curriculum nowadays. That's the main thing, main foundation for any kind of learning, the outcomes that have been achieved. So how do I take questions? Do we have them in chat, or people will ask those questions directly?
We can work both ways, ma'am. They can put it in chat, or they can unmute themselves and ask their questions.
Yeah. So any question? Anybody who wants to? Okay. There is a question, Professor Nath.
Ma'am, I would like to ask one.
Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Yes. I would like to know, like, if being in this field, of course, can we take it as, of course, a professional development course also for ourselves? Like, if it's a very short-term course and it has a lot of things to practical exposure as well.
So I think you're Ritika. Can you introduce yourself also briefly? I mean, very brief.
Yeah, sure. I'll just
before you ask the question, because one needs to connect to you.
Yes, sure. Ma'am, I'm Ritika Kalyani and I'm working as an assistant professor with Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida.
Okay.
And I've just completed my course with AMED from Amity University. So I was just asking, like, of course, we have had this section in our RCI also when we were doing the course about the community-based rehabilitations program. So, like, if this whole program was introduced to us, it can be taken as our professional development course also, if we talk about that. It can be an add-on to what we already know, but an add-on to it because it has that practical approach to it.
Okay, Professor Grives, would you like to answer here? Yes.
Unmute.
So can you just repeat the question quickly?
Says, can this course can be taken along with their working? Like there was another question on the chat box. How can we do it online? Is it flexible? Like we can do it on our own?
No, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that one. That was I was going to answer that question first. I think it's really difficult in the time of COVID to be able to do a lot of these courses competency-based online when you really want to get practice orientated. But you can do it. It just has to be in an observed setting of often where you have, video link ups or you're doing the competency locally, observed often by the trainer in that setting, but not classroom based, it's more difficult. But even when you teach remotely using any technology like Zoom or remote learning or whatever, you still can teach the course in a way that's competency based and focus on teaching the things that are relevant for the skill set that person needs, rather than teaching irrelevant academic material that's not going to be important for their competency. So I think if it's thought through well, you can still do competency-based training remotely, but it's an obstacle and it's harder because you want to have that, especially in this sort of course we're doing, you want to have that practitioner vocational training on the ground, actually doing what you are going to be trained to do, often supervised. A lot of the health courses are having trouble with this, I think, in the health practitioner courses like medicine, nursing. You need to be able to have that hands-on experience to be competent. You can't replace you can't replace the whole course if it's going to be a really practitioner course. You can't do it all remotely. It's very difficult to. You need to have some face-to-face, but maybe that can be limited and do as much as you can remotely, but focusing on a competency-based approach in how you do the remote learning.
Okay.
Thank you for the answer, sir.
Yeah, so you can do this course, but it will be kind of an orientation and actually not the course based on the competency that need to be developed.
Yeah, but the competencies that you're teaching remotely, you can still teach the competencies and not get to the temptation. I think is when you're doing online to make it very didactic and very thicken the theory and thicken the academic side. It's easy for me as a teacher to teach that and give a lecture for 1 hour. Ideally, in this setting, if I was doing a competency-based approach in my lecture today, it'd be a very different approach. But I'm in an academic setting here, so I'm not trying to do a competency-based approach. But it's easy for an academic like me just to give a didactic, highly theoretical talk because it's easy for me to prepare. I'm confident in that area. I know how to do it. The competency-based requires more thinking. And if I was asked to do a competency-based approach for your group of 100 people here, teach you how to tie your shoelaces, for example, I wouldn't do a lecture on it. I would have breakout rooms. I would have one-on-one if maybe there's some people who are in the same place and they would try to practice together. I wouldn't try teaching you shoelaces by just showing you pictures and doing a lecture.
Absolutely. So there are 16 institutions offering, and also somebody wrote about Divyang Mitra. There is a concept of Divyang Mitra. Divyang means disability and Mitra means a friend. So this kind of courses, it says, the observation says, helps a person with disability to get rehabilitated in the community by community itself. So these kind of observations are there. Any other questions?
No, that is what we call our course. That's what the minister's been referring to it as. Yes, it's very much what this CBAD worker is. It starts with the person with disability and being a friend of theirs. A lot of the skills you learn are not necessarily highly academic skills. It's just how to journey with someone, help them access different programs that are there, and a lot of it is just having that time and inclination to be able to help those who have a disability, and often those who are struggling. Yeah, I get that concept. But it has to be academic as well, and it has to fulfill that competency-based. And I'm a friend of many people with disability, but to be competent, I can be a friend that is not very helpful. I can give advice that's not very helpful. I mightn't have the skills knowing how to link them to a government worker. I mightn't be able to assess what their needs are. I might know where to refer them to. So it goes beyond being just a well-meaning friend to being a friend that's trained in actually being able to help that person with disability or work with them.
That's true. And I think one of the other functions this can perform, and I think this would be an outcome of your course, would also be to sensitize people regarding disability, because there are a lot of attitudinal blocks happening in India. So I think this kind of community rehabilitation workers which are actually decentralized kind of courses where people from the ground level are doing it, would also change the attitudes which are such a barrier for any kind of rehabilitation.
I agree.
That way to be. Just
on that, Anita, I think that's International Disability Day today. I think it's a really important part of this day, and in all of our countries and in India, is just to raise awareness, and the community development arm of this course is very much focused on raising awareness and how you work with the PRI and the local government structures, and the local, right through the Panchayati Raj level, to make sure that people at that level, awareness is raised amongst families, amongst local communities. That's where you have to start.
That's the very important part of any developmental project here in India. So there's also some question by Rosemary. Any NGO in Kerala is doing the course? And I think Sujata has already answered. Have you, Sujata?
No. I can't remember the names, but I can get in touch with you. I can give you the details later, which are the institutes and the NGOs which are offering the course. I can't remember them by heart right now, but I can answer that later. Rosemary, I can tell you that later.
Yeah, I can send those to you, Rosemary, as well. If you just wait 1 second, I'll put it in the chat function for you if you want. I've got it here. It's so I'm not allowed to. I might not be allowed to, am I? I'll try. Does that come through? That's gone through to who?
So these 16 centers are based in different places in India. Is Kerala one of them?
I'll send it to everyone. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not quite so sure, but here they are. So if you recognise any of those as being in, I don't see one.
All the states were almost covered, so I'm sure there will be something in Kerala or close by.
Yeah, and they're increasing numbers of training.
Trichy.
Yes,
Trichy. That's Tamil Nadu. Bengaluru and
there will be increasing number of training centres next year. So it's only the first year. After the first year, they'll make it open to all RCI institutions to deliver it if they choose to.
Okay, so these are residential courses, or?
Well, it's run differently, but the first month is face-to-face, so it makes sense to be residential if it's in a rural area, because people can't travel back and forth. And the last month is face-to-face as well. The middle 4 months are spent in the field. So they have to be living in the field where the disability program is. So it might not be at their home necessarily, but if they were based close to the training institute, They could be day scholars, and if the practical part of the course was based near where they live, they could do it from home as well. But a lot of trainees are going to be travelling basically to go to the training institute.
So also there was a comment by Sujata that this is a research-based course. So can you explain that for the participants also, that how this course was developed? What was the kind of research that was taken up?
Yeah, I might share the actual article which summarises the whole research approach, which was published just recently. But basically, I explain bits of it there. I'll find the article. But it's based at the research side was doing the Delphi surveys initially to understand what the expert need areas are, and then developing the modules and the competencies was the next part of that. Then the third part was actually assessing those competencies. So going back to the field and doing the assessment as to if those competencies were the competencies required, and that was the research element. And then the actual design of the course itself is only the end bit. That's not the research part. So it's in developing the competency-based approach, which is done using a research approach. It's hard to understand. Probably if I did, I'll share the article with you, the journal article, and that gives you a good idea of the approach. It's quite a detailed approach.
So any other question? I just wanted to also know, this course is a basic kind of course and you're planning some advanced courses ahead, or this is a one-time thing of 6 months?
Here's the article there as well.
Okay.
This is a basic level course. You're right, Anita. You could do further training, but that would potentially be something they would go on and do special education, or some sort of therapy course or speech and language. And that they might then choose to go and work elsewhere. So you basically want this person to have the basic levels of competency, to be in the village level, doing your usher work. It's your equivalent of an usher worker, I guess.
Yes.
So this is a disability usher worker in effect. And some usher workers do go on and do further qualifications, and some move away and do other jobs. So it's the same sort of model, I guess. So if they want to do, more technical and more highly skilled areas of disability, they could do further training.
So it will be a good idea if something like this is developed for the school teachers.
Yeah, that would be what we would call a teacher's aid in Australia. We've got a number of certificates. I'm not sure India has vocational certificates, level 1, 2, 3, 4, which is really focused at helping that person. They're done through universities and everything still, but focused at helping that person be a learning assistant or an assistant special educator in the classroom. So one level down from a special educator, which is a much longer 3-4 year course. Yeah, so exactly. I'm not sure if India has vocational training certificates for teaching assistants, but disability teaching assistants.
Not teaching assistants. We do have special educators.
I know that. Yeah, but the shorter courses, assistants, or they're more like 6-month course, and then that person would be a teacher's aide, I guess is the other thing you would call them, in special education. So you have teachers' aides in general, but it's the teacher's aide focused on disability.
We don't have
something called, I'm sorry to interrupt, we have something called as shadow teaching, where we have short-term courses where parents or interested other candidates can come in and get themselves trained, get an understanding of what disabilities are, and very brief introduction to the kind of interventions and support that they can offer the children, and then work with the children in the classroom itself. Yeah,
that's right. The SSA whole program is actually a good program. You're right. We've used those in our programs in North India as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it is there in many parts of India, but it's not an official program of Government of India. So that's the problem, actually.
Okay.
This is a problem. So that's why, this is something voluntarily taken by many institutions, but not by Government of India, not recognized.
We found that over the SSA program in the North, it's a good concept, but like we're talking about today, the training for it is not good. It's not a clear curriculum of what that person needs to be trained in. It's often, that role is really important, but that person in that role is not trained in a way that is appropriate. That's something that, competency-based course could be developed for that SSA worker.
Yes, agreed.
What
Any
is
other questions?
one? Yeah, that one.
So you've already put the link to the article, which is great. I think everybody can get it from the chat. So any other questions? And we can, somebody wants to ask anything, Professor? I think your explanation was so good that everybody has understood it well, Professor Grills. And
There's a risk, Anita, that they didn't understand my Australian accent. That's the other risk.
No. It's been very clear. Your slides were very comprehensive and explanatory. And I think this is just the beginning for us in this country. And there would be many more courses and developmental projects like this in future. And since we are also here talking not only about building the competencies in the ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers, we also here talking about the whole change of kind of paradigm shift from kind of rote memory learning to learning in practical situation, and also applying knowledge in the field. And I think that would also, what is more important is they build on the experiences of people, the competencies the people already have. So thank you so much, Professor Grills, for this. And I would love to meet you sometimes if you are in Delhi. I'm based there. So
thank you, Anita. I would love to. I was there last week. I can't say I enjoyed the pollution this time. I might come back when it's a bit clearer.
Winters are bad as far as pollution is concerned. But we are also developing guidelines for the national education policy. And I think these slides which you have talked about would help a lot in building up the training courses for the teacher, the in-service and pre-service training courses. It would be of great help. So thank you so much, Professor Grills, and I now give the floor to Sujata.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you, Sujata. The NEP is a great program, and I think that policy, I hope that you are really responsible for implementing it and making sure it does maintain its integrity, and competency-based approaches are a part of that program. So good luck in making it happen.
That will be great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Dr. Julka, thanks a lot. I think getting two intellectual people together where they can create something beautiful is important. And I think we have done just that much.
Thanks, Dr. Julka.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Julka, ma'am, for chairing the session so wonderfully. You've been able to bring it together and manage the session really well. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Dr. Grills, for that interesting presentation. We have a lot of points to ponder on, and I think we're all in the process of just assimilating everything that you have said, and you'll probably get emails from us with a lot of our questions in the future. Thank you once again. It's time now for the photograph, so if everyone would please switch on their cameras.
Betty, you forgot to mention one thing, that you were very keen that our university offers the CBID program.
Yes.
Because I used to keep running to Delhi every now and then for CBID meeting. So when they said, why can't we offer it? I said, yeah, time to come. It will happen someday.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It was after, ma'am. Why can't we do it? When can we do it? Let's offer it in our department.
Yes.
Okay.
Sujata has spent a lot of time on this course, Dr. Sujata, and she's been a real key part of it. So we would love to see your institution offer it.
Yes. In time to come, definitely.
It will be an honor to be able to do that. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Yukti, ma'am, done? Great. All right. So that brings us to the end of the second session. And we will move on to the third session, the third plenary session of today. We've managed to make up time and we're back on schedule. So our third presentation for today will be chaired by Professor Maithili Ramchand. Professor Ramchand is a professor at the Center of Education, Innovation and Action Research at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. She is a great academician and researcher. She's involved in numerous international projects, a couple of which DSE is also proudly a part of. Ma'am, thank you so much for sparing the time to chair this session. Though, our association with TIS is a new foundling, but we hope to make it very, very long lasting. Right, I hand over the stage to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. The pleasure is indeed mine. As Professor Julka mentioned in the previous session, we look forward to SNDT's conferences where we have a lot to learn. You managed to bring together so many different people from diverse areas of expertise. So thank you very much indeed, Professor Ban and the organizers of this conference. We are running 15 minutes late. So is it okay if I wrap it up at 5:25?
I think we can take it about 5 minutes, 5:30.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So it is indeed my pleasure to introduce today's speakers. At the outset, my sympathies go to you. It is really early morning at Houston, and indeed brave of you to accept this slot and speak to us at this time, almost unearthly hours. So we have with us Dr. Susie Gronseth. Dr. Gronseth is a clinical associate professor in learning, design, and technology in the College of Education at the University of Houston, Texas, USA. She specializes in learning technologies, teaching strategies, and applications of universal design for learning to address diverse learner needs in online, face-to-face, and blended context. The second speaker, the collaborator, is Dr. Leslie Covert. She serves as the Assistant Director at the Office of Faculty Engagement and Development at the University of Houston. She has been supporting the professional development of faculty and postdoctoral trainees. Leslie's research interests include faculty development, African American women in leadership positions, and the academic success of minority students in STEM. She's also a certified trainer with the National Research Mentoring Network. So the work that they are presenting is of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure to the participants in this conference. So they're going to be sharing the development and implementation of a professional development program at the University of Houston during the pandemic. Over to you both.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ramchand. And I do have my chai in hand. We are ready to go. I'll share my screen. And well, is that coming through all right on your side? Great. It is so wonderful to be back with SNDT, the Department of Special Education. I see many familiar names from past sessions that I've been able to be a part of. And it's so great to be essentially in the room with friends. And I look forward to meeting some new colleagues in this conference. It's neat to bring together great minds from around the world and reflecting on lessons learned over the past year and a half plus. A lot of challenges and difficulties during this pandemic, but we've been really seizing the moment, I think, as educators in invoking change or starting conversations that should have happened for a while, and innovating our practice and innovating some policies and ways that we go about and educating. And I've seen some changes in my own institution in regards to this. And what I'd like to bring to you today is sharing about a program that we have done at the University of Houston that I was just thrilled to be a part of. And I'm bringing along a dear colleague that I'm excited to introduce you to that has been instrumental in this program. And what we're going to be talking about is something that you can apply for professional development for teachers, for faculty. We're taking it from our context at the university level, but it is an approach to professional development that is thoughtful, research-based, systematic, very much involving of multiple perspectives. And it could be applied to the training of a lot of different content. And I've heard in other sessions about, the rolling out of the national curriculum and things. And so this might be something that you would think about in the design of those professional development programs for that content. So what we're going to present today is community-driven educator professional development for online and high-flex college instruction. And so we applied this approach in the development of faculty instruction on teaching online and this approach called high-flex, which is a kind of hybrid instruction. But like I said, it can be something that you can apply to a variety of different content areas. I do have a link to the slides, and let me take a moment to switch over to the chat and share that with you so that if you want to pull it up, the PDF, you certainly can do so and have access to that to consider, didn't get the full link, consider these ideas during the session, as well as sit with them beyond the session when you have more time. So there's a shortened link, bit.ly link for ICE2-community that should take you to the PDF of this slide deck. Right. So I am Susie Gronseth. I am a faculty member in the College of Education within the University of Houston at the main campus. And we'll share a little bit about University of Houston here in a moment, but we are one of 4 universities within the UH system located in the Houston area. We're located just south of the main downtown area of Houston. And I've been here, this is my 10th year at UH. And I am a clinical associate professor in learning design and technology. So I delve into areas of instructional technology, as well as teacher training and professional development, and expanding opportunities for learners through approaches like universal design for learning and blended online instructional design and different innovative technologies. And I've brought along my dear colleague, Dr. Leslie Coward, and I will hand it over to her to say a little bit more about herself.
Well, it's early morning here, so I will say good morning to everyone. Thank you for allowing us to present this kind of change model and instructional design pieces that we have been working with our faculty over the last year. I've been at the University of Houston this time for almost 3 years, and it has been a joy working with my colleague, Susie, as we went through the development and training of faculty. Our facilitator today, talked about my background in higher education, administration, and leadership, where I'm focused on faculty development, and then also African-American women in leadership roles in higher education, and then minority males, minority females in the area of STEM, because I do have a background in aviation science. So that's just a little bit, about me. We'll go on and jump right in to this presentation and keep us all on schedule. So we'll go on and talk about our presentation focus. And today we're going to talk about an approach to the development and implementation of a professional development program here at our institution in order to prepare faculty to teach an online and high flex format during the pandemic and beyond. It's something that we didn't want to just be to deal with the change that needed to occur to the pandemic, but it's something that we wanted to facilitate and to continue throughout the institution and instruction from academic year to academic year. Also, it's important to note here that HiFlex is a hybrid flexible instruction. We'll discuss the complexity of dealing with and implementing HiFlex that you'll see at different institutions, but how do we take it and introduce it and implement it here at the University of Houston. A little bit about our institution to bring context of other institution and how we're able to implement this new format of instruction. So we are a large urban land grant institution, and we say urban, we're in the city. We're located in the 4th largest city in the US, where we have about 2.3 million residents within Houston, but when you add the surrounding metro areas, we are over 7 million. We say that to bring context to our location. We're also located in Houston, where we're close to the Texas Medical Center, which is the largest in the world, but also when you look geographically, we may not be New York or LA, but we're different in the way that we're located, how expansive this city is, and still having this large population. In the 2020-21 academic year, including a summer, everything entirely went virtual due to the pandemic. Currently, there are just over 2,000 full-time faculty, giving us a total approximately head count of about just over 3,000. We're a comprehensive university with teaching and growing research facilities. We have a large number of undergraduate students here, but we also have a graduate school and 2 professional schools. We're probably with just a little over a year when we started our medical school, but we also have a pharmacy school, a law school that awards masters, and our graduate school that awards our master's and doctorate degrees. We have a diverse community of students where over 130 countries are represented on our campus. So some of them are so when we talk about the diversity of our students, they also have a large population that are low income students. So when we talk about low income in the US, we're looking at families whose income are less than 40,000. Generally, these types of students are also first generation students, meaning that neither parent had previously attended college or have any type of higher ed experience. And we're looking at students of color. And when we talk about students of color, we're looking at African American, Native Americans, and Pacific Islander, and I think I'm missing one, probably Hispanic also. And I also note that even though we are a public institution, we also have a special designation of being a Hispanic serving institution here. So that just shows you how diverse our institution is. It is important also to note in context of transitioning to remote instruction and professional development to enhance teaching skills of our faculty was very important. Instructional planning occurred mid-spring, which was March. In the middle of the semester, everybody, I guess just around the globe, was experiencing this same type of transition that was needed also. So for us, during that March transition was also a time where we were preparing and laying out our summer and courses for the next fall. So we really had to think strategically about how were we going to continue instruction, keep the institution going, education for our students, and training for our faculty. So all of this for us was kind of going on at the same time, and not sure about the pandemic and where it would lead us over the next 6 to 12 months.
That word unprecedented has been used so much during this time, but it really was an unprecedented thing for the majority of the coursework to be offered online in fall of 2020. And we knew that was going to be happening months in advance. Really, at the end of the spring semester, we have to start putting in our course schedules, and so knowing that, it created this major disruption within the organization. And the smart people in the faculty engagement and development and faculty council and a lot of different areas that I'm going to show you came together and said, this is an impetus for change. And it's not just going to be a one-time Band-Aid for trying to make sure we survive in the next academic year, but let's think about how we can do something that will be revolutionary to improving our teaching practices and expanding our own competencies in teaching in new formats. We actually adopted a new format at this time that we've referred to as high flex. And so these planning considerations all kind of came together towards the end of the spring semester and starting into the summer. This is around May of 2020. And we were thinking about our learners that we shared with you. We have learners that have unique needs that come from so many different backgrounds. And if we're going to be teaching our courses in an online format, some of them are going to have experience in learning online. Some of them are going to have the technology ready to go, but some of them aren't. And what are we going to do about that? How can we plan strategically, a la universal design for learning kinds of thinking, to equip our faculty, prepare our courses in such a way that we can be successful in this time? And the pandemic created even new challenges that we hadn't experienced before. We had health issues that were arising. We had financial disruptions. A lot of our students had family or themselves get furloughed or lose their jobs at this time. And so there was a lot of disruptions happening in their regular routines that then carry over into their studies and things like the affective side, emotional health and motivation and time constraints. You have children at home that are also learning online and sharing the bandwidth. And so we're thinking through, what does it look like to convert our courses in a way that could attend to all of these variabilities within our learning base. And so we added, in addition to an online format, with synchronous format, where courses are taught at a scheduled time on an online platform, we had an asynchronous format that would be an option where materials would be posted in a learning management system and accessed at various times, following deadlines. We had a combination of in-person and online that we termed high flex as an option that faculty and programs could schedule courses for. And this meant for us, and high flex can be implemented in a lot of different variations, but for us, it meant that lectures would be delivered and they would be live streamed in person and live streamed online. And there would be students in the same course that are having the option to attend in person, a very limited number because we were in social distancing at the start of fall 2020. So students were very much spread out and the density of the classroom was much lower than it regularly is. And the remaining of the students were being in this online session. And so how could faculty be in both spaces simultaneously to engage learners, to make sure that they're learning the content, and making sure that the classrooms that were on campus would be equipped with the technology that could support that dual mode engagement. So we had all of these things going on at the time. And we brought together many different facets of our organization. It's a very large, as we talked about, very large organization. And what's been interesting about the pandemic is the flattening, I think, of the levels, the hierarchy, and coming together and learning about how can we create solutions to move forward during this time. And we saw that happen here. And we termed this project Power On. And we had Power on Pedagogy as our working group that actually wrote the curriculum and the professional development programming. We'll share kind of the outline of that here in a moment. But it brought together 17 colleges, the deans, the council of chairs. We have instructional designers. Many of them are in the colleges. Some of them are located centrally and service multiple colleges or across the university. We had a task force called the New Normal Task Force, and that was in conjunction with University Communications, the Faculty Senate, which I also serve on, and the Provost Office being instrumental. The Faculty Engagement and Development Center is through the Provost Office. That's the FED acronym. FDIS is Faculty Development Instructional Support, and they oversee the instructional design group and really provide key input into what kinds of technology and instructional design help faculty would need. We have student success initiatives, as well as other entities like University Information Technologies, that's the UIT acronym, CASA, where we have assessments being given, monitor the libraries, facilities, and first generation champions. So we were in a system of contributions and trying to organize these very groups to come up with a strategic plan. I'll pass it over to Leslie.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Susie. So one thing that she talked about was, how the hierarchy of this process changed in how we were communicating throughout the institution, all the different committees and subcommittees that came up, and even our, President Renu Couture, our chancellor for the system, being a guiding force, and our provost, Dr. Short, throughout this time for us. So we talk about this Power On system that we created. Our work, this here that you can see is our working group. And what we knew is that, excuse me, so I'll have to say here that we do faculty development. In U of H, previously, I guess for a time, we had a teaching and learning center, but it kind of, just through cycles, it kind of died out. And then over the last couple of years, we brought in this faculty engagement and development area. So when we talk about instruction and training faculty, we were really taking a different approach. Previously, in the work that we were doing, it was really more around the development. We didn't go far in our work. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. It is early. I'm losing my voice already. We didn't go far in our work here in the Fed into the classroom, into the instruction, but we did celebrate instruction. We have this thing called Mastering the Craft of Teaching, and it's shared experiences for faculty, but we never really said, this is what the best practice is. This is how you do it. We just open up training for faculty to say, hey, if you want to learn more about this teaching technique, this is a way to do it. So when we talk about this change model, it really created a new opportunity in the work that we were doing. So we brought together these working groups. And as you can see, it wasn't just our tenured faculty, but it was also our clinical faculty, adjunct faculty, which is important, right? Because adjuncts are only sometimes there for one semester or one off, but they still have the instructional knowledge. And sometimes because of their work being in industry, what they're able to do is bring in, new innovative ways. They're working with technology in very different ways. We have information technologists that were there, our instructional designers that weren't just at the college level, but they were helping with technology throughout the institution. And I think it's important to mention that because we realized that it wasn't a one size fit all. It was very important for us to make sure that we had cross representation of people of this committee. So we knew that how someone in engineering taught a class was going to be very different than how someone in our arts taught a class. But we needed to make sure that all of these views were represented. Even our nursing, which when we talk about that common core that the gentleman before us, Dr. Grills, was presenting on, these hands-on approach, these competencies that need to come together. So, and then we had university administration. Why was that important? Because we needed to have someone there that had enough authority to say, yes, we can do this, or no, we can't. We looked at some of our information technology to say, hey, I hear what you're saying, but we just don't have the technology to do that. We're not there yet. So all of these people had very important roles in order to make sure that we were able to go through and build this professional development and change model around instruction. It's also important to say that we talked about this from a bottom-up approach. And so when we talk about change, we utilize Cotter's change model. And you can see here the 8 stages of it. But for today and the work that we're doing here, I'm only going to talk about or focus on the implementation for the professional development as it was driven by our community from that bottom-up approach and looking at the implementation of our online and HighFlex model. So as we know that professional development is essential, to any type of inclusive instruction. So with number 5, looking at action and removing barriers, that really talked to the structure of the group, which I was just mentioning, how we had representation from high level senior C-suite executives that could help move things along very quickly. We had technologists there who were saying, hey, at the institution, we just don't fit that bill. They were also able to take an external approach to say, hey, in the city, students across the city are meeting these challenges where some of our students did not have laptops. So working to get donations so that they could have laptops. Some areas of our city did not have access to, students didn't have access to internet because of the pandemic. Everybody was at home at the same time. Students were having difficulty in finding ways, not just to access the internet and to stream classes, but we also recognized that they just didn't have personal space in order to go to class. So all of these things were being considered. The trainings were conducted to increase buy-in and engagement for faculty. The professional development offerings were scheduled for synchronous and asynchronous delivery, allowing faculty flexibility to attend and revisit training as needed. So as we developed this professional development model, we also implemented things that we wanted faculty to replicate within their class. So we just didn't have things synchronously. We also offered it asynchronously. And we also offered it in a type of HighFlex format for faculty. The change model was paired with reflective practice. So as people attended, then we offered Q&A sessions where they could come back and talk about what they learned, ask questions, because we know just through evidence-based practices how effective the reflective model is when we're trying to introduce new information and trainings in areas. And we looked at number 6, looking at generating short-term wins. Faculty developers had several check-in points throughout the semester with the open Q&A. And then last, we had the focus groups, which I think long-term were the things that really helped to solidify and institutionalize the professional development of our faculty. So as we move to the professional development programming, we had leadership support through the discussions, evidence-based practices of online instruction, our course development, student engagement and success. We looked at accessibility and technology were articulated within the context of the institutional culture and unique needs of our UH students and also our faculty. Even though we did online instruction, it was due to a lot of our faculty members. So I think that part is important to discuss, but not shown here. But what is also important to mention is also the principles of UDL that support inclusive teaching and support diverse learners. This Cotter's model really went very well with supporting that, because UDL, gives instructional goals, methods, assessment, and easily adjustable for everyone. We were able to maximize learning opportunities for all of our students, where learning, we offered the training in multiple formats, which, I've kind of mentioned to you there. And then UDL provided for us the flexible curriculum. It was learner-centered and providing learning opportunities. So everything that we wanted faculty to do to help our students, our diverse learners, to meet those needs, we really tried to model throughout our professional development training with them.
All right, so we had 3 weeks when it came down to it in June of 2020 in our working group. That table of people that was cutting across different areas, 21, plus we added some more here and there to bring in expertise where needed. But that working group had 3 weeks as a charge from the provost to create a guide for best practices for HyFlex and online teaching at UH, and a summer 2020 training program framework and timetable. And so that all happened virtually. The meetings happened virtually in Microsoft Teams. We broke up into sub-working groups to kind of tackle different areas of this. And I'm going to put in the chat a link to the Power On website that was put together that has a link to the guide. I have a screenshot of it on the slide here. Has a link to the guide. It's also broken up into different sections of the guide. So individuals can go to a particular section of interest. They don't have to read from cover to cover. If they need to have help with developing and sharing course materials online, they can go directly to that. And we have information about the professional development training that's linked off of our Power On website. Now, there ended up being 2 parts, a Power On Teaching and a Power On Learning. There was a complimentary website that was built just for students. So the information was written in a way that was for a student, a viewer. So what kinds of things would they need to know? How to learn online, how to access technology, laptop checkout, the bandwidth, and the things that Dr. Coward was talking about as being challenges for our community. So the Power On, you'll see it has Power On Teaching that is written more for a faculty reader, and Power On Learning that had a lot of the resources written from what a student would need. And to give you a glimpse of the scope of content within the written guide and then the training that essentially taught these areas in asynchronous and synchronous ways, we started out with talking about how to determine learning objectives and teaching style. So, when you're taking a course that's in one format and you're thinking about delivering it in a different format, we need to start with what those competencies are, right, from the last session that we just heard. What are the outcomes that we want our students to gain? And start from there, and then re-envision how that information could be communicated, how the learners could be engaged, how learning could be assessed. But we start there. And so we felt that was very important to begin with in the guide and in the training as well. And then we go into some organizational strategies about how to set up course materials and learning management system, primarily across the University of Houston. At our main campus, we're using Blackboard. There are a few other learning management systems that are in use, but mainly it's Blackboard. And so we're talking about what are the best ways to kind of organize and navigate that space. Delivering lectures face-to-face and online, talking about how do we engage in both spaces, how do we interact across the 2 modalities, How do we engage students remotely in particular? There was a lot of concern about that. We did a lot of surveys of faculty and students leading up to this that informed our concerns with, how do we know students are present in the class? How do we know that they are following along and attending and really getting a lot out of the class session or the asynchronous class materials? So engagement was its own section. And then assessment, formative and summative. How do you assess learning during the lessons and the units? And how do you do things like midterms and final exams in different formats? So that's the scope of the guide and the training that was delivered. And so the training ended up being 10 different 1-hour training sessions. We chunked that content into 10 sessions, each session being offered 3 times synchronously in Microsoft Teams and recorded for extended access. They're still available. I was in there and preparing for this session and taking a look back at some of the videos of the sessions. They're still there. There's still an active community within Teams, and I have pictures of what that looks like. There's a team for HyFlex and online pedagogy, and people can post in the chat and have conversations around these ideas even now. It has been something that has persisted, and in part that's due to the support and the leadership of the Faculty Engagement and Development Office, where they've been doing watch parties to watch these training sessions together and have reflective and discussion that stem from the ideas presented in there. They've also facilitated office hours. So we thought it was important to not only do the didactic part of the training session, but to also provide time and space for faculty instructional designers to talk about what this means for your own unique course situations. And that's what the office hours provided. And they still do office hours, even continuing, where faculty can pop in and ask questions and talk about the ideas further. Pass it back over to you, Dr. Coward.
Sorry. So when we look at by the numbers and the amount of faculty that we talked about at our institution, this structure for us really worked, where we were able to reach quite a few faculty members. We connected with over 200 faculty members who attended one or more of the training sessions synchronously, and session recordings videos have been viewed about 1,300 times at the time that we were preparing this presentation. Those videos are there where faculty are able to go back, access the different trainings where they feel that they may just need kind of enrichment. The HyFlex and online pedagogy, again, continues to be active within our Microsoft Teams session. I think it's also important to say that, we talked about this having a bottom-up approach, but our faculty who are part of this working group were also the faculty members that conducted training for their colleagues. So we're a small office. It's only 3 of us in our office, but our faculty were there. They were on board. They also received stipends in order to help with this. And then the focus groups that we had were structured interview approach, lasted probably about an hour each. And through that, we were also able to come back and revisit the trainings and see how do we better support faculty through this time. As we look, so here, considering the diversity of our model and learning needs, and we incorporated, just some flexibility to provide long-range support. So we maintain an active calendar with our faculty for these trainings that they were able to attend and participate in. We communicated these trainings in different ways. It just wasn't on our calendar. Through our teams, even our leadership were involved in providing this. Having the different format also allowed for flexibility in times and different resources in order to meet faculty needs and their different learning styles. And I think that learning styles, we really focus on students with learning styles, but faculty also have different learning styles, and we were able to meet those. There are things that we were able to do and incorporate incorporate as a part of this training that I think a lot of times faculty didn't think about? And something may be, when we talk about diverse learners, it may be something as simple as a faculty member who may be colorblind. You know, how do you present that presentation? How do you make sure that within your now virtual environment that you're engaging and meeting the needs of all learners? Yeah,
definitely. So we talked about kind of the impacts, how many people participated, and how many views have been had. We wanted to provide a little bit of qualitative data around the impacts. And as Dr. Coward mentioned, focus groups were conducted to find out insights from faculty. We had a doctoral student that completed her dissertation and gathered data from HiFlex instructors specifically using a survey methodology that we were able to learn, you know, what faculty perceptions were from that group. And some of the things that we learned through those data sources were that they continued to share. Additional ideas kept, percolating, and this community sharing culture really continued on. We did find that there was additional equipment that was needed in the HiFlex classroom specifically, and additional work did happen resulting from that to create specs for HiFlex that will help that format be more productive and have the technology support there. And faculty continue to have challenges. So it's not been, everything is wonderful, but they continue to have challenges, and that they continue to have challenges about engaging students remotely. You know, that hasn't been solved. We have strategies that they can try, but those challenges still seem to persist. We still are dealing with how do we address cheating concerns, cheating on assessments. How do we manage the workload, particularly when you're teaching face-to-face and online? Even if it's not a scheduled HiFlex course, I will say right now, when we have our face-to-face courses this semester, we've had so many times where students have had to quarantine or join remotely for health reasons. And so it's like teaching HiFlex. It's like applying those HiFlex skills. So how do we manage that workload has still been a concern that's persisted. Some things we've learned in that orientation, pre-training activities will optimize transfer behavior, meaning transferring the information you learn in the professional development to practice. So really orienting faculty, providing incentives where possible, and involving stakeholders in the design of the training, as we've stressed, really, in involving all of those different organizational entities. Having supervisory support is helpful. Really thinking about incorporating instructional design support where possible has also been kind of an emerging theme from that data. So if we could synthesize for you some of the learnings that we've come to through this project, it's that the Power On really was more than a one-shot professional development offering. It was the establishment and proliferation of a learning community, and it continues to be fostered. It was the beginning of an organizational change endeavor that has continued. And if that change is going to persist, then we need to continue to promote that community, to engage in that community. If the drive for the change dissipates, if it goes away, then the long-term gains of all of this work are likely to disappear. So if we truly want it to be a change effort, we need to be thinking for the long term.
Right. So just some of our I guess, takeaways here that we've learned is still how important executive support and communication is, how pervasive it needs to be in order to have, successful outcomes. The broad coalition of support, I think, was so key to the change model and the type of training. If we had to do this on our own, we could not have reached as many faculty members. We would not have been able to really come together comprehensively and look at our diverse learners. I think that we would have probably had even some gaps. We probably would have focused more in one discipline versus multiple disciplines. So we were really able to reach all areas of our institution. We continue to do our periodic check-ins beyond the training that Dr. Gronseth was just talking about, which I think is very key, because we're saying we don't expect you to go out there and do it the first time and be successful in it. But here is a place that you can come back, you can ask questions, you drop in from time to time in order to get that refresher. Because we also make it available in multiple formats, we had more faculty that looked at videos asynchronously than they did participating in our synchronous models, which I think is very important, because even as in the height of this pandemic and this online and high flex model, everybody was at home. So how important it is to offer things in multiple formats in order to look at the long range support and development of skills in this area. So thank you all so much.
And we'll pass it over to our chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Gronseth and Dr. Kawat. This is an experience that we all can relate to very well, despite the distance and the very different communities that we are set in. At the Tata Institute of Social Science at our own university, although the faculty strength is about a tenth of what you have at the University of Houston, it was still quite a challenge for us to make the transition and support. In fact, the Center of Excellence in Teacher Education that I'm working at took up the responsibility of supporting faculty make the transition. So it is indeed very relatable, and thank you very much for structuring your experience so well for all of us. We have 5 minutes for Q&A. So welcome participants to ask questions, clarifications, or share your own experience during the pandemic context.
While we wait for the questions to come, in the interest of saving time and keeping to it, can we all switch on our cameras so the photographs can happen and you can ask your questions at the same time? Thank you. Dr. Gronseth, you mentioned something about office hours. How exactly did that work?
So what happened was we had this screenshot, and let me go back to it here. I'll show you. In the calendar for the activities, there was the session for focusing on let's see, on July 6th, it looks like 2020, we had a session on HighFlex Online Essentials. And then following that, we had on July 8th, HighFlex Online Essentials. We'd have office hours that would be focused on that one topic. And so we had office hours that, people could come in and ask their question, but they could also hear answers and questions being asked around that topic that they would be interested in. And so kind of chunking the focus of the office hours instead of being just so generalized, really being targeted to some facet of the course design and teaching, we found would be really helpful in making the most of that time. So they were scheduled office hours that'd be smaller attendance and just voluntary pop in and out, or stay for the whole time and have a conversation around that and be able to ask questions about how does that apply to my particular discipline or my course and my teaching. I have a colleague that oversees the biology labs, and so how does engaging learners in biology laboratory experiences, how does that happen most effectively in a remote format? And we did have those conversations that summer. How does that happen in a high flex where some of the students are going to be in the lab and some of them online in the same week? And so those kind of nuanced questions could be talked through and whereas we're talking about more of the foundational concepts in the synchronous session and recorded, session that people would be watching asynchronously.
Thank you. What was particularly striking for me about your work is that rather than going in for firefighting to deal with the situation, as it were, you've used it as an opportunity to bring in reforms in teaching and, more importantly, for organizational change. And modeling of practice, I think, is something that is so very essential that we often forget. Faculty also need modeling of practices that we expect them to take up with their own students. And the learning community of faculty that you have set up, as you rightly pointed out, is again quite essential. And in higher education space, we really don't have that kind of a working opportunity within universities. Yes, we do collaborate and network with allied disciplines or areas of interest with other faculty, but interdisciplinary or a multidisciplinary kind of a learning community within a university space is rare, at least in the Indian context. So congratulations on that, and I wish you the very best going forward and sustaining these reform efforts that you've brought in. Thank you. Thank you very much, and over to the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Ramchandra, for helping us to come back on track with the schedule. And thank you, Dr. Gronseth and Dr. Coward, for the brilliant presentation. What really struck me about the presentation was, honestly, when you spoke about learning styles for teachers. And I think many a times we forget that even the teachers have learning styles. And then when we have a training program for them, we should sort of take that into consideration. We think of them as professionals, and maybe a little bit of the other side of the learners we tend to forget. So it was a good thing to bring to conscious level and now hold that there. So thank you so much. We really look forward to having more conversations with you and more interactions with you in the future. And it's good to know how we can really push technology to support our endeavors to support the children with special needs in the classroom. So thank you once again. And it's time now to we're done with the photographs. So what we will do is move on to the next session. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Sorry, I seem to have lost track on my sheet. It's done something. Okay, let's take a quick bio break.
I just wanted to thank Betty, yes, if you allow me.
Please,
yeah, the wonderful training that we went through under Dr. Susie and Dr. Dalton. So we have experienced the way they're so structured, so meticulous, and the way they train you. So I envy your colleagues in the university who have worked together and who must have, really put in a lot of effort in bringing about this change in the university. And I wish and I really hope that someday in our universities also we become more multidisciplinary and we can bring different minds together and work out things together. Because right now, as Dr. Maitli pointed out, we are so short-staffed. So it becomes very difficult, to work on anything the way you have done it so systematically and so beautifully, and everybody's gained out of it. So we are kind of struggling on a daily basis to fetch the water from the well. How do we quench our thirst? So daily problems, daily we try to solve it. But yeah, ours is also a huge university. So if we all work together in a multidisciplinary fashion, I'm sure we can also do wonders. So there is a leaf to take from your talk. And yes, we'll take it forward. And thank you once again, Dr. Leslie and Dr. Susie, for this wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
So let's take a quick bio break. Just 4 minutes and we can be back.
Do you think we have time? I can see Dr. Punani is already there.
Waiting, yes.
Yeah.
But I think a bio break will be needed because we've got another 2 sessions to go on.
Okay. So how much time are you giving?
Just 4 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. So if everyone could take a quick break and come back. All right, participants, I hope everyone is back. All right, so it's our privilege to have with us today Dr. Bhushan Punani, who has agreed to chair the upcoming session. Dr. Punani is the Executive Secretary, Blind People's Association, and Chairperson West Asia at International Council for Education of Children with Visual Impairment, ICEVI. A well-known figure in the field of disability as a significant contributor both nationally and internationally, Dr. Punani is involved in manifold policy-making decisions at the national level with the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. An IIM Ahmedabad graduate, he has dedicated his life to visual impairment and multiple disabilities. We're grateful for him for his long-standing support and encouragement towards DSE. Thank you, sir, for being here. Please begin the proceedings.
Namaste. First of all, I'd like to wish every participant very great International Day of Persons with Disabilities. I'm right now wishing you this great day from Jodhpur, the city and the sun in Rajasthan, where we had a grand celebration of this day by distributing assistive devices to people in this part of the country. As you know, the whole country is doing a lot of activities, but a lot of teachers are involved in those activities. All these activities, in fact, my institute did a rally, a walk for persons with children with multiple disabilities, and Debbie will be very happy. All our students who were taught by her and her team took out quite a large rally in Ahmedabad for creating awareness. So let's start the session right away. It's a great privilege. This is Deborah Gleason. I'll call you Debbie. In fact, I feel more comfortable in calling you that way because that's the way we have been calling you. And she's one of the most outstanding persons in the field of training of the teachers and training of the students in Asia Pacific. She's the director of Asia and Pacific program of the Perkins International, one of the most leading institute in the world today for promoting education, assessment, curriculum development, functional assessment of children with multiple disabilities. In fact, it's a great privilege that somebody who has an experience of 30 years in teacher training, in advocating national level policy decisions, and promoting services for children with multiple disabilities and visual impairment and also deaf blindness. She has taught courses for 20 years in various parts of the world, including Asia, Middle East, Europe, Latin America. A person who already has presented more than 50 papers at various conferences, seminars, symposium across Asia, Middle East, Latin America, and has and also all that in 15 countries. And she has numerous publications to her credit. In fact, it's a great privilege for me and my team, especially Nandini and Vimal, who have been the great, and also Jikna, Krupa, Akhil, all have been the great admirer of Debbie. And as ICVI, now I'm the vice president, and it's a great privilege of ICVI as well as Blind People's Association to work very closely with Perkins International Program and especially with Debbie. Debbie, you're welcome to present your views on resilience of teachers, because the earlier session we saw that how we should develop programs for the teachers. They also have a very, very specific learning needs or the training needs, but how they should be more resilience. And thanks to Dr. Sujata Bhan, a great friend. We work very closely on a number of committees, and also it has been a great privilege to work with the Department of Special Education, SNDT, and her team. So while we are all busy in Rajasthan, but I can never say no when Sujata is there and Debbie is there. Both are so wonderful people. So I am very proud to present before you a great friend. We all admire her achievements and her way of teaching. Today she'll be sharing her views, Debbie, on resilience of teachers. Floor is yours. And friends, you have any questions, you can put on the chat. Or if you have the time at the end of the presentation, we'll have discussion. But I'm sure Debbie is a very planned speaker. She does a lot of planning while preparing her presentation. There'll be time for some discussion. Please, Debbie, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panani. It's such a pleasure to see you again. I feel like I haven't been able to travel for so long, but I feel now like I'm back home with good friends and longtime colleagues. And thank you for your kind introduction. Let me see if I can share the screen here and get. Oops, oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Okay. Let's try this once more. Yes. There we go. Okay. Are you able to see the screen now?
Perfectly.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I'll say, working with wonderful colleagues like Dr. Panani and his colleagues at BPA and working with children with multiple disabilities is a greater strength than technology for me. So thank you for your patience there. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are in the world at the moment. I think it's afternoon, evening for most of you. It's still really early in the morning here in Boston. The sun is just starting to rise. I really appreciate the invitation to talk with you today about resilience of teachers and children thriving in resilient communities. There's no denying that the global pandemic of the past nearly 2 years at this point has created immense challenges on countless fronts. Yet along with these challenges, we've also discovered opportunities to come together and with creativity and partnerships, form resilient communities to support children and their families and teachers. As Dr. Punani said, the Asia Pacific Director for Perkins International, and our core belief at Perkins is that every child can learn. Our work focuses on children with visual impairment and multiple disabilities, children with deaf blindness, children with complex disabilities. Some of the most vulnerable children who are most often left out of the educational system, even in the best of times. The children who, even when they are fortunate enough to enter the educational system, often face a lack of trained teachers and inappropriate curriculum. So our Perkins International model always puts the child at the center of all that we do. And around each child, we focus on creating a supportive community to enable children to learn and thrive. We identify children's learning needs and intervene to support children. And then in that second circle, we equip adults to teach, developing leaders, mentoring educators, and unlocking family power. And then the third circle is really that systemic approach of making education accessible through improving school and program quality standards and convening and creating awareness and leadership to support systemic change. As I talk about resilience of teachers today, I'll use the term teacher in a very broad context. One of the opportunities during this pandemic has been the necessity to develop creative and innovative ways to support children by surrounding children with learning opportunities in their families and communities. So for the purposes of this presentation, I'm broadly defining who are the teachers of our children. They may be what we formerly think of as teachers, families, parents, siblings, extended families, community-based workers, including community-based inclusive development or community-based rehabilitation workers, Anganwadi workers, community members, everyone who our children come in contact with. This is how our children learn, in the community surrounding each child. One of the key factors in developing resilience, which I have learned in both my personal and professional lives, is a spirit of gratitude. Just this past week, we celebrated our Thanksgiving holiday here in the United States. And this is a photo of a gratitude collage that Perkins students and staff created together to express their appreciation of each other as they shared a Thanksgiving holiday lunch last week. So in a similar spirit of gratitude, I really want to share my appreciation for all of my colleagues who have generously shared their stories of resilience of teachers. And I am immensely grateful for the wonderful gift of being able to collaborate with and learn together with children with multiple disabilities and their families and teachers all over the world. There are many faces of resilience, and I see resilience demonstrated in a multitude of ways around the world. Some of the many faces of resilience I see most frequently include flexibility, partnerships, the importance of listening, adaptation, innovation, agility, creating opportunities, learning together, building supportive networks, along with a large dose of creativity, and make some fun. This pandemic has created challenges as well as opportunities, including opportunities for continued learning for all of us. In the spirit of continual learning together and building supportive networks, I'll share some examples of resilience from our Perkins International work around the world. And I hope that by sharing examples in a variety of contexts, this may spark some new ideas and connections among all of us here. Resilience includes building supportive networks, and that plays a critical role. There are so many examples of parents supporting parents, teachers supporting teachers, partnerships supporting parents and teachers together in order to support children. So I'll share a few examples here. We all know that parents are their child's first teachers and the teachers that stay with their children for their whole lives. So during this pandemic, parents and families all over the world have taken on the role of teachers in ways that they could not have anticipated. In the best of cases, families and teachers have worked together to support their children with multiple disabilities and visual impairment. They've listened to each other, identifying priorities and what each of them could bring to support their children. I'll share a few examples from PAVIC, a parent network in the Philippines, to demonstrate this resilience. And parents the world over have begun similar initiatives. Perkins International has been partnering with PAVIC, Parent Advocates for Visually Impaired Children, for more than 15 years. When I first began working with PAVIC, I could count the parents on my two hands. There were less than 10 parents involved. And now there are hundreds of parents involved across the country. It's been such a gift to watch this organization and the parents grow. And PAVIC has also been supporting and coaching newly emerging parent networks across Asia, including 2 newly formed parent groups in Indonesia and Bhutan. So during the pandemic, they've come together in so many different ways to support each other and support their children. And much of our Perkins International work in the Philippines during this time has focused on supporting these parent initiatives and unlocking family power. They've been supporting each other by bringing together new parents of young children who are blind or visually impaired, together meeting with experienced parents. They've been meeting together every Friday since the world shut down, basically. They've been staying healthy and having fun together by doing family Zoom fitness workouts on Saturday. Say, let's have some fun. They started doing family Zumba dance classes and celebrating together. Moved their annual Christmas party to a virtual party for this year. These teenagers who are blind have been doing extreme obstacle course competitions. And Angel, who's pictured in the left photo at the top of climbing on the top of the bars, just completed a Spartan race. When the pandemic hit and families were quarantined across the country, these teens worked with their coaches and began to lead Zoom fitness sessions with their entire families and families throughout the Philippines every Saturday. Parents, siblings, visually impaired and sighted children, including children with multiple disabilities. As one parent of a child who's blind with multiple disabilities shared with me, she said, "Debbie, Carol loves our Saturday Zoom fitness classes. We could never have done this in person. She talked through the whole class, but it doesn't matter because we're at home and muted during the Zoom class." So it's been just a wonderfully fun activity for the whole family. And these teens found a creative way to share their love of exercise and fitness and bring families together in a fun and healthy activity every week. I'll see if I can hopefully get this video to work to show you some of the teens, many of whom have visual impairment, hearing impairment, blindness, multiple disabilities, who have been leading these sessions. They invited me to join their Saturday fitness sessions, but despite my best intentions, I haven't made it yet. Partly because it would be 5 a.m. in the morning on Saturday for me, and largely because I don't think I could keep up with them. So this is truly wait, if I can get this video to work, let's see. Oops. Wait a sec. That didn't work. All right, let me try this again.
Betty, can you help?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Debbie, ma'am, you just need to, from the top bar where you can see view options, if you click on that.
On electronics and photonics.
I think it's working.
That's what I'm talking about.
We start with photonics.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Sorry. To give you an overview, in the last year we called for 5 topics. This year we call for 2 topics. The first one is on multi-sensing systems, and the second one is on international cooperation in semiconductor. A few words on photonics. This is a sensing code. Important activity in photonics. Also the light-based technology. The ICE. The applications are manifold. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Technical figures, the call is called advanced licensing systems. We will call for RIA, so research and innovation activities. Typical budget sizes between 3 and 5 million euro. Total budget is 48 million euro. And in terms of DLL, so projects start with advanced This is part of the photonics partnership. I would also like to stress, many of you know it, partnership between commission, stakeholders in industry, universities and RTOs. So what is the call about? We expect breakthroughs in sensor
So that's
systems.
why I don't think I could keep up.
And the activities can deal with the whole variety work on components up to the system level. So we see here some buzzwords. Component development is possible. The integration of these components, packaging, manufacturing.
Stop there for a second, see if I can stop that video.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh man. Yes, Dr. Panani. This is I've got it going now. Let's see.
It was great.
Well, it was great, but now I have to stop it. Let's see. Let's see if I try. Let's
Don't worry, don't worry.
All right, let me go back to share screen and okay. I'm gonna have okay. Here we go.
It's now
Right, so now we're back. Okay, now we're back. Okay. I'm gonna it's back to the slideshow presenter view. Okay. We back okay? Can you see the screen again all right now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thanks, sorry.
No, not at all, not at all.
So, and this activity just grew in so many different ways. The family exercise classes ended up leading to the development of the Simply Written Guide for families on including exercise for their children who are blind at home, and which has been translated into multiple languages from English, Bahasa, Indonesian, Chinese, Portuguese, Spanish, Turkish. And I know families and teachers around the world, and all of us here have been involved in many virtual trainings, seeking to develop the knowledge and skills to support their children during these unprecedented times. These are just a few examples of how families in the Philippines organized and participated in numerous trainings, as did parents in many of our partner programs, ranging from conversations on cortical visual impairment, to enhancing your young child's learning at home, to Braille reading and writing, abacus and math. Pavic and Perkins also developed a partnership with a local university in the Philippines with their College of Rehabilitation Sciences and developed telerehabilitation programs for children with visual impairment. And then these partnerships later expanded to a program providing individual virtual occupational therapy sessions for children with multiple disabilities. And it was the Pavic parents who did an orientation for the occupational therapists prior to the sessions starting. Adaptation and flexibility are key components of resilience, and Pavic has held a parent congress every 3 years since 2005. The 2020 congress was postponed, but went virtual this year. It was so well organized. They had parents from throughout the Philippines and several other countries joining and sharing their experiences. And the partnerships, which are a key factor in resilience, Pavic partnered with a Philippine organization, Pitmaster Cares, who donated tablets to the children of all the families who participated in the Parent Congress. These are photos of a few of the delighted children who are looking forward to using their new tablets for online learning, online telehealth consultations, and listening to their favorite music, among other activities. This is one of my favorite activities. There's a group of professional photographers in the Philippines who call themselves Photography with a Difference, touching lives through photography. And these professional photographers taught photography classes to parents of children with a wide range of disabilities. They called the program My Child Through My Lens. And the parents submitted photos on different themes. And this is one of the winning photos that was selected for the theme, My Child's Buddy, which was taken by Alicia, one of the PAVIC parent leaders. But the photos the parents took were absolutely beautiful. When I talk about the many faces of resilience, I mentioned innovation, partnerships, creating opportunities. The PAVIC parent leaders have been meeting regularly with a newly forming parent network in Indonesia, providing coaching and support over the past year. The Indonesian parents have now officially formed their parent organization, Akademi, which is really exciting. But the pandemic created an opportunity to strengthen parent networks across countries. We could support two parent leaders from the Philippines to meet virtually with the leaders of the emerging Indonesian parent network, initially every week and then monthly. And this wouldn't have been possible to do this consistent and ongoing coaching and mentoring if it had been in person. This photo is from actually just like 2 weeks ago, and it's the encouraging Facebook post from the PAVIC parent coach to the Indonesian parents. She excitedly shares with them, first webinar of Akademi of Indonesia with the theme, Collaboration of Parents and Teachers in Functional Activities, with 50 parents of children with visual impairment and teachers as well. So proud of you guys. Weng and I are so glad to be working with you. Looking forward to more activities. Feeling fantastic. And I just love to see how we've been able to just create these opportunities for connections and coaching and mentoring across borders. And I think these lessons, these have been valuable lessons in resilience that will continue well beyond the pandemic. Similar activities have been happening with our partners around the world. In Mexico, mother leaders from Yucatan provided training to their children's teachers. In this slide, Paris, the child, is with his mother, Betty, and his teacher, Letitia. It's the first time Paris has seen his teacher since schools closed in Mexico and changed to remote learning. And you can clearly see on Paris's face how glad he is to finally see his teacher again. And this joy on the child's face is testament to the resilience of both his mother and his teacher, and how his teacher was able to maintain her close relationship with her student, even through the challenges of remote learning. Just as parents have been supporting parents, teachers have been supporting teachers, and parents and teachers have been working together to support their children. Ibu Tuti, one of our Perkins Educational Leadership Program graduates from Indonesia, conducted a series of trainings for teachers in Indonesia on how to create adaptive materials for their students at home. And as part of the training, each teacher worked with the family to construct a piece of adaptive equipment for their child. Sulis, a very creative and committed teacher at one of our partner programs in Indonesia, really listened to the families of her students to learn what challenges they were facing with their children at home during the pandemic. One of her students, Arif, could not use the traditional squat toilet at home by himself. And this was very difficult both for Arif and for his mother, who had to hold him standing in order for him to use the toilet. So you'll see in this video how Sulis worked with Arif's family to develop a solution to everyone's delight.
Cepet deh celananya ya. Mau BAB nih Bu, kayak begini
This
nih.
is how he, originally his mom just had to hold him.
Pegangin nggak bisa. Jongkok, jadi berdiri.
And then this is the adaptation that Sulis and Arif's family built together.
Iya.
You could just see the delight on Arif's face.
Oh, udah pegangan ya.
Ngerepot sama Bapak. Mantap-mantap. Ibu mau renang.
Just last month in October, we also opened an adaptive design center with the Secretary of Education in Yucatan in Mexico. The center is run and administered by the Secretary of Education, and Perkins is supporting with technical expertise based on the adaptive device center we have here at Perkins since the 1980s. This is a picture of the brand new space from the day of opening, where teachers and volunteers in Yucatan will create individualized adaptive equipment for their children with multiple disabilities. I hope some of the ideas and examples I share with you today will spark new ideas, more faces of resilience, rippling through the world and supporting our children and their families and teachers. When I shared the many faces of resilience slide, I included a large dose of creativity and make some fun. This is an example of a creative and fun idea that's had ripple effects and spread across countries and continents, totally unanticipated. This 100K virtual team relay was initially started by families in the Philippines, and it's just one example of how some ideas can inspire and spread around the world. Last year, the Philippine families began organizing this virtual 100K team relay. But then as some of our partners and colleagues began to hear about the virtual relay, they started to contact us and ask if their students could join as well. So in this first 100K virtual team relay for children with visual impairment and blindness, we had participant teams from the Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Russia, and Vietnam. And then in August of this year, the Russian Deaf Blind Parent Association organized and sponsored their own 100K virtual team relay for their children. And some of these photos show some of the children who participated, and some of the families drove 3.5 hours so that their children could meet their teammates and walk together for the relay. And the inspiration continued to grow. In July of this year, the Indonesia parents organized what they called a 5K baby toddler walk. And for many of these children, this was their motivation to get up and begin moving, to go outside. Some of these children actually began to walk with support for the very first time during this baby 5K. So it's been really fun to see as ideas grow and shift and change and come up in places we didn't expect. Resilient teachers demonstrate commitment and innovation. This is teacher Digna in the Philippines, who was recently recognized as an outstanding teacher and everyday hero by the Department of Education. In addition to teaching children with visual impairment and multiple disabilities, 2 of Digna's children also have visual impairment. Among her many innovations, Digna led the launch of Project Teletherapy, which provides free rehabilitation services and online consultation sessions for her students with disabilities and their families. And one of my colleagues shared a story of teacher Digna's commitment to her students, demonstrating how much she values her interaction with her students and understands their needs in a very deep way. She shared that in the Philippines, all the children are still at home. It's been almost 2 years. Many have grown very frustrated with their learning. The school's policy is for teachers to send modules home for parents to teach their children. The students miss their teachers very much, and some refuse to learn with their parent. They want to be connected with their friends and their teachers online. However, getting internet data is very expensive, and most families can't afford this. Even if online schooling is available, most children can't attend. Teacher Dignan knows that this is a problem for many families, so on the weekends, she's turned her hobby of raising plants into a business where she can make extra money aside from her humble salary as a special education teacher. She uses what she earns from this plant business to buy internet data cards for her students to attend classes online and allow them to connect with her and with their other teachers. We all know children thrive in resilient families. And Vinod is a curious 14-year-old with a lively sense of humor. He also has a hearing impairment, intellectual disabilities, and is blind. And although his mother is illiterate, she has learned to support Vinod in learning daily life skills, as well as practical skills to participate meaningfully in their family's life. Vinod is now able to use a hand pump to fill 2 buckets of water for bathing for himself and his younger sister, who has Down syndrome. He helps with meal preparation, including cutting vegetables, sifting flour, peeling corn. As teachers, we all know the importance of routines for our children with multiple disabilities, and having children involved in the whole activity with a clear beginning, middle, and end. Despite her lack of formal education, Vinod's mother is an expert in this. She ensures that after Vinod cuts vegetables or any other activities, that he cleans up, puts everything away, including washing the utensils and putting them back in the kitchen. His mother observes and actively participates in all of Vinod's visits with the local CPR worker and consistently follows up and reinforces his learning throughout their family life. Children also thrive with supportive and resilient siblings. Sneha is a cheerful and active 7-year-old girl who has visual impairment with multiple disabilities, and she was initially identified in June of 2020 through a door-to-door screening in Lucknow. Over the past year, some of the most significant progress her family has seen is that Sneha can now stand and has started walking with support using a walker near her home. And it's her brother's encouragement that has played a key role in this accomplishment. As the photo on the left illustrates, her brother encourages her to walk by giving her a small piece of potato chip, which is Sneha's favorite snack. Her brother Ansh has been her companion, her guide, and her teacher in many ways throughout this journey. And she enjoys being with her brother and cooperates with him for each and every activity. Even as she works with her teacher, she feels happy to have her brother around to support her to learn. And as illustrated in the photo on the right, Ansh carefully observes Sneha's lessons with her teacher, and he later follows up on the lessons with her. She always listens to her brother and is happy to learn from him. He motivates her to walk using the walker and encourages her to learn skills such as communicating and interacting with other children in the neighborhood. Her mother says both the siblings have beautiful bonding. Her brother is always willing to help her. He observes the activities performed by her teacher, and he helps Sneha practice the same at home. Children also thrive in resilient communities. This is a photo of a community center that was recently inaugurated in Sitapur on the grounds of the village school, where children with multiple disabilities will be able to get additional support while also being enrolled in their village primary school. Just a few weeks ago, my colleagues Sampada and Anuradha did a training for 160 Anganwadi workers in Uttar Pradesh, teaching them how to identify children with MDVI in their village, encouraging parents to enroll their children in the village Anganwadi, and encouraging the Anganwadi workers to accept the children with MDVI into their program. Sampada and Anuradha shared simple activities that all of the children could do together, such as action songs and ball play. And 4 children with MDVI and their mothers also came to the training, sharing with the Anganwadi workers how they interact with their children. The workers observed the children interacting with their moms, and they quickly recognized the children's individual strengths with comments such as, "Oh, even though Sakshi doesn't talk, we know she understands because when her mother offers her 2 toys, she chooses the one she wants." That the young children with MDVI participating in their village Anganwadi will likely not have an IEP or formal 3-month goals of a typical school program, but they will be visible and active participants in their local community as they enjoy playing and socializing with other young children in their village and opening the door for more children with multiple disabilities to be welcomed into the Anganwadi as well as their local school and the community as a whole in the future. I see one face of resilience as being open to seeing possibilities and following unexpected opportunities. We saw the positive impact of this during our training for parents in Bhutan last year. When families have clarity on what they want for their children and why, where they are headed and how they'll get there, it's easier to plan for a positive future and to make dreams possible. We've been working closely with FENSAM, a parent organization in Bhutan, training parent leaders in person-centered planning. And these parent leaders will go on to implement person-centered planning with other families and their children with disabilities and teachers across Bhutan. We had scheduled a person-centered planning workshop last year, and our Perkins trainer was going to be remote, but all the parents would gather together at the FENSAM office in Thimphu, one of the major cities. And this is how my colleague Namita, who led the training, described the unexpected opportunities and the resilience demonstrated by the extended families when the pandemic reached Bhutan. She said, 3 days before the training, the country woke up to being locked down. 2 families had already traveled to Thimphu and were locked into their relatives' homes. The whole training went online, and it was actually quite amazing. We met online in the evenings, and with everyone locked in, all family members engaged in the process. I thought the sudden change in the situation would take their attention away, but in fact, it was a blessing, and people worked hard and honestly and created really great maps and action plans. One family, a teacher in a private school, had traveled from a town quite far away. She returned full of energy and changed much for her child and her community. She has opened a little inclusive center, and her son is now part of a nice group of kids, all learning together. Resilience also includes taking advantage of opportunities and making adaptations to create communities of learning across countries and cultures. We partnered with the Indonesian Ministry of Education to host a webinar, which was attended by over 7,000 participants from multiple countries. And because the webinar was via Zoom, we were able to include as speakers both a PAVIC parent leader from the Philippines and Samir, an adult with deafblindness from India, who spoke very eloquently to all of the participants. And again, this would have been difficult to do had we been trying to do this in person. As part of our collaboration with Indonesia Ministry of Education, we've also just finished teaching 2 sessions of our Perkins International Academy Level 4 course, Education of Learners with Multiple Disabilities and Sensory Loss, sharing effective practice through mentoring and training. And course participants include teams of teachers and headmasters and principals from programs we've been working with for the past 4 years. One of the most lively discussions occurred when we invited Nyendo and Dechen, a principal and teacher from an inclusive school in Bhutan, who are currently studying at Perkins in our 9-month educational leadership program. to share with the Indonesia principal and teacher teams how they work together as a team to develop quality services for children with disabilities in their school. I could have talked for hours and it would not have had nearly the impact that it had of having the Bhutanese principal and teacher team speak directly to the Indonesia headmaster and teacher teams. They were absolutely wonderful. And as others have done all over the world with flexibility and agility, we've shifted most of our trainings to a virtual format. This is another example from our work with Bangkok School for the Blind, where we provided a virtual introduction to Braille writers and a virtual training on Braille writer instruction. And these trainings were featured in 2 blog posts on the Paths to Literacy website. During this last 2 years, a vast array of materials have also been developed by very creative, resourceful, and resilient teachers. These are what we call the Bhutan blocks, an example of culturally relevant, inclusive learning and play materials we developed. The Bhutan blocks use universal design principles, typical Bhutanese symbols that you'll see on buildings around Bhutan. They're locally made in Bhutan, and they provide fun learning for all children. We've had some wonderful ripple effects from this as well. The local Bhutanese woodworker who we worked with, who made the Bhutan blocks, now understands principles of universal design, and he's incorporating these universal design principles into other toys he makes. We collaborated with HEJO, an inclusive early childhood program, to design the blocks, and then also to develop a curriculum to use with the Bhutan blocks, which HEJO ECCD is sharing with other preschools throughout Bhutan. When schools were shut down in Bhutan, we also pivoted, or around the world, we pivoted quickly to make sure our kids were not left behind. And in Bhutan, we developed a resource guidebook on practical guidelines to support children and their families during the pandemic school shutdown. The Bhutan Ministry of Education adopted this resource guide as Education in Emergency Guidelines for implementation across the country. And it's also since been translated by our colleagues into Thai, Bahasa, Indonesian, Japanese, and Mandarin, thus having an impact for children in many different countries. These are just a few of the other materials that we've developed that, along with our colleagues over the past couple of years. A functional activities video, which is available in English and Spanish. A small infographic on toys for blind children, which is available in English, Hindi, Bahasa, Chinese, and Japanese. A small infographic for families who were really struggling. You are not alone. Caring for ourselves is caring for others, just in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and Bahasa Indonesian. And along with many of our colleagues in India, include me, the voice of a child with multiple disabilities or deaf blindness, which has been translated into 21 languages, and the exercises for children who are blind. And all of these resources, along with many others, are available on our Perkins Global Community Asia website. So this is a quote from Barack Obama that actually always just strikes me. He says, the best way to not feel hopeless is to get up and do something. Don't wait for good things to happen to you. If you go out and make some good things happen, you will fill the world with hope. You will fill yourself with hope. And oh, how I've seen teachers, family, children, and communities go out and make some good things happen throughout this challenging pandemic and all over the world. As I see examples of the commitment, the creativity, the flexibility, the innovation, and the partnerships, in short, the resilience of teachers, families, children, and communities, I see a future full of hope, a future in which children are learning and thriving, in resilient communities. And I'll close with just a short message from my
Around
colleagues.
the world, children in
at
93
Perkins.
countries are learning and thriving because
Can
of
you hear
Perkins.
this?
You are part of that Perkins story. Together with you, we share in the work of building a world where every child with visual impairment and multiple disabilities can learn and thrive. Right now, the global pandemic is stretching on and stretching us all thin. Still, we want you to know we are in this together.
We are together in a global community of learning and leadership.
We're together in innovating to reach children and families in ways we'd never tried before.
We are together in support, sharing solutions and challenges across countries and cultures.
Estamos juntos.
Mismo vamos a and we want to say,
we're in this
together.
Bye.
Bye.
Oops. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Debbie, we are all together.
Yes.
What a beautiful way to sum up. Togetherness is most important. And the 4 keywords: innovations, partnership, creativity, and flexibility. And congratulations for a very, very, interesting, thought-provoking presentation. You'll be very glad. 5 people have been appreciating your presentation through chat, including they all chats are on the record. Sujata ji, Aloka, Sakshi, Tiku, Anuradha, Jalad, Jatar. They have been praising your presentation. They're mesmerized. And already there's a question for you. In India, we have started a new project called CBID workers, community-based inclusive development workers. We call them Divyang Mitras, friends of people with disabilities. Now, Sujata wants to know from you, is there any scope for Perkins International to conduct training for these Divyang Mitras also? I'm using Hindi word because I'm impressed with your pronunciation of Anganwadi, which is perfect. So I'm sure you pick up words from many countries. So Divyang Mitra is the word being used at present to denote a friend of the person with disability. So any scope for Perkins to conduct training for these upcoming Divyang Mitras?
Yeah, I think that I think so. Yes, yes, and I'd say if you're, because honestly, I would say we support children wherever they are, and we support the adults who support children wherever they are. So it's, I think that certainly would be within the scope. I would talk with, if you're looking at in India, probably with Sampada to see sort of how that might fit in. But, I can't say, oh, for sure we could do, this particular activity in this particular place, but certainly that definitely would fall within the scope of our work. We like wherever kids are and wherever the adults are who are with children, that's sort of where we go.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Sujata ji will be very happy and will take up this matter with the Rehabilitation Council of India, which is spearheading the whole program. I'm sure they'll get back to Sampada how to organize this training. Now I ask the participants, if there are any question, please switch on your speaker and ask the question. You can unmute yourself and ask the question. While you're asking a question, just to share with you, Debbie, one of your students, Jigna Joshi, under the guidance of Memal and Nandini, your 2 colleagues, did a wonderful thing on resilience teacher. They created a platform. I want all the participants to know that how Perkins teachers are doing great work. The platform is Teach Special Child. It's a Facebook, Teach Special Child, where there are more than 400 videos, mostly made by the parents under the guidance of teachers, and they're available to the world to see what can happen when there's a pandemic like COVID-19, and how teachers can find the new ways to teach the parents how to teach their children various functional curriculum. I think Sujata ji has a question. Sujata, you can unmute and ask.
I do not have a question, but I have a thing to share, that she's so gentle, she's so effective and mesmerizing. I have always had a dream of being your student. And every time I listen to you, it further gets reinforced. So I just hope I don't die with that dream. One day I have to come to Perkins and be your student, inshallah. Seriously, lovely, lovely presentation. You are a terrific teacher, I must say. So much to learn from you.
And I admire your video, which was very good. Very good music, and it was really very inclusive and very daring. You could see the students with the combination of disabilities doing a lot of things. I'd like to clap for you for bringing inclusiveness and the fun together, and also with creativity and relaxation, which are together. Dear participants, if any question, you're most welcome. Getting a person like Debbie on the screen, and she's sharing her experience of 30 years, is a matter of great pride. So if you want to know anything about resilience teacher or what thoughts she provided, you're most welcome to ask. You can unmute and ask, or share it through chat. Both the modes are available.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Rosemary from Cochin. My question is, how can I just saw some many materials developed by you. Is there any online platform where we can access this, and to develop, like I don't have a child who's blind, but I have children with autism and learning disabilities. So we have a special place in the school. It is called the Innovative Learning Lab. A particular place has been developed so that they're not fully with us all the time. They are with the regular students, but they come to us once in a while. So I really want to develop some materials from them. I've just got few ideas, but that Bhutan blocks has given me some ideas now. That's really nice. I think I can develop something like that here also. Is there any other link or platform you can just share so that we can just come up with new ideas?
Yeah, I just put in the chat. If you go to it's perkinsglobalcommunity.org/Asia.
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
Yeah, and if you go to the resource tab, there will be a lot of resources there.
We can download, is it possible?
Yes, yes, they're all there for free for download. That's part of the spirit of just sharing and learning together as a community, all committed to children with multiple disabilities and visual impairment. And many of the resources are translated in multiple languages. And I would say if there are resources developed by Perkins and you would like to translate them into any local languages, just email me, just contact me. You can just email me and we're happy to have you translate.
Can I just see your last slide where you have your emails? I couldn't get
yes,
I didn't take a screenshot.
Shall I just put it right in the chat? Would that be easier?
While she's typing the email, any other question?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank you for such a beautiful presentation. Ma'am, I just want to ask you that is there like these kind of trainings which you were talking about that Anganwadi workers have, like do they happen in every country? Like my mother herself is an Anganwadi worker. So that is why I'm like asking you about that, because I haven't seen in my state, like I belong to Haryana. So there is a lot of lack of awareness is there in Haryana. So if we talk about Haryana, there is no awareness at all. don't even know, like there is no early intervention center also here. So I just wanted to inquire about that. Like who gives this training and all, like whom we can approach if we want to have training in our state and everything.
Through our Perkins India work, I mean, we're working around the world. My colleague Sampada Shefti would be the best contact right now for Perkins India. And I wish I could say, oh, we'll come to Haryana next week and train with your mom and the other workers. I know that we don't have unlimited resources in terms of where we can go, and we can't go. I wish with all my heart we could be everywhere at once. And I know, being realistic, that we, in practical terms, can't be everywhere at once. But I would still contact Sampada because she may know, she may not be able to come to Haryana, but she might be able to share the resources that she and Anuradha used for the train. I mean, they just did the train. I was just talking with Sampada last week, and she had just was actually there doing the training last week when I was talking with her. So she may have materials that she could share with you or talk through with you some of the ideas that she uses. But Sampada is wonderful. I can, and I know, yes.
Right, ma'am. Right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
What's the name of the participant from Haryana? What's your name?
So my name is Priya.
Yeah. Incidentally, I'm from Haryana. Nice to find a friend in Haryana. So any other questions? Because we have another session.
Yes.
And Debbie's presentation was excellent. Maybe the last question. Anyone can ask, unmute and ask. But Debbie made a very good presentation. There'll be a lot of things which you can learn from there. And with this, because I'm sure the organizers still have to go for one more session. And Debbie, like to share with you, it's late evening in India, and it's the World Person with Disability Day. There have been a lot of celebrations in the morning, in the afternoon, and still you have consistent number of 90 plus participants, which is a very good sign. You started with that number and that continued all through. So heartiest congratulations. And one thing very interesting, I must admire that you picked up all your examples from the developing countries, from Indonesia, from India, which is to be admired because you have wide experience, vast experience of traveling to Asia and Pacific countries. So congratulations. And just you mentioned one publication, Voice of a Child, then other publication, Braille for Children with Multiple Disabilities. And that has also been translated into numerous languages already, almost all West Asian languages. It has been translated and it's available on the website of ICVI as well as ICVI West Asia. So what you started as one small booklet has become the international booklet. So heartiest congratulations. And if you permit me, I'd like to thank you for a very, very inspiring, thought-provoking, very practical and very relevant presentation in context of COVID pandemic and how the teacher can be resilient. And one thing I admire about you is you very rightly said, who's the teacher? It can be anybody. It can be brother, it can be family member, which is a very good thought. And you gave a lot of responsibility to the teacher, how to build a team and how to keep the people engaged and how to use the technology and how to use entertainment as the source of keeping people together in situation like pandemic. With this, I like to thank you for making a wonderful presentation on a very great day. Is a wonderful day, is the International Day, and on that day making such a nice presentation is to be appreciated. With this, I like to go back to the organizer so that they can go for the next session. Thank you all the participants and all the people who shared their thoughts on the chat and asked some question. And thank you very much. Have a nice time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panani. That was very well said and very well summed up. Ms. Debbie, it was a pleasure to hear you speak again. We all still remember the first time we met you was ICE1 and through Skype. And now we meet through Zoom. I hope our third meeting is in person and not too far away. Thank you.
I hope so too. I would love for you to come to Perkins sometime. That would be, yeah.
Sure.
That,
We all
thank you.
hope for the best. Thank you to Dr. Punani and Ms. Debbie once again. And it's time for a photograph. So if everyone could please switch on their cameras. We have
Thank you for joining us so early in the morning. I mean, it's an unearthly hour for you and for you, Susie. So really, really a big thank you for that.
Yes. We have a treat for all of you at the end of the next session. So please hang in there and stay back to enjoy the treat with us. Right, if we're done? Cool, great. Thank you, Yuti. Right, so we're now at the concluding session of the day. I invite Dr. Raj Gupta to chair the session. Ma'am has recently retired from the Department of Education, Punjab University. She is an alumna of DSE and my teacher when I did my B.Ed and M.Ed. We're very happy to have her back in the DSE family, even though it's very brief and virtually, but we're very, very thrilled to have you, ma'am. Welcome. And thank you for agreeing to take on this responsibility to chair our session. I now hand the session over to you. Ma'am, you're on mute.
I can't see her. Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Betty. And I'm really happy that I'm with you all, but I won't take long to say all this because we are short of time and it's a last session. Everybody wants to, Professor Sujata Bhan, Dr. Himangshu, Professor Ratna Ghosh, faculty members of Department of Special Education, SNDT, teacher educators, ladies and gentlemen. A good evening to all of you and greetings on International Disability Day. Thank you, Professor Sujata, for inviting me to chair this session on social justice and educational equity with special reference to India. I was wondering that Professor Ratna Ghosh must be so very good in analyzing Indian situation that we invited her instead of, that means she's done better work than any Indian in this area. That's why she's here with us. So congratulations, Professor Bhan, to put up everything on this platform, bringing us all together. It requires lots and lots of work. I know that, but congratulations and wish you all the best. Professor Ghosh, I'm with you for the second time. What a privilege. I have met you in Department of Education library when you delivered a lecture on experimental research. And you gave a lot of examples from jail situations, if you remember, and you didn't get internet facility at that time. So it wasn't a great experience for you, but I remember whatever, were the experiences. And this is second time with me to meet you. So since we don't have luxury of time, a brief bio note on Dr. Ghosh. Professor Ratna Ghosh is Distinguished James McGill Professor and William C. MacDonald Professor of Education at McGill University, where she was Dean of Education. She was elected to Canada's National Academy as Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, FRSC. She's also Fellow of TWAS. I'm glad I'm also a full member of TWAS.
Wow.
Since 2004. The World Academy of Sciences for Advancement of Science in Developing Countries, full member of the European Academy of Arts, Letters and Sciences, and elected honorary fellow of the Comparative and International Education Society. This is really good. She has been decorated as a member of the Order of Canada, CM, Order of the Order of Quebec, Officer of the Order of Quebec, OQ, an officer of the Order of Montreal, OOM. She has published extensively. A recipient of awards from national and international organizations, she has held important leadership positions, including President of the Comparative and International Education Society, US, President of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, Board and Executive Committee, member of the Canadian Human Rights Foundation, now Equitas. She sits on editorial board of the many international and national journals. She was featured in Time magazine, Canadian edition, October 13, 2003, in an article on Canada's best in education. I know her biodata cannot be contained in this small little paragraph, but we really don't have time. So we will proceed with welcoming her. Professor Ghosh, now you can please make your presentation. I guess within 40 minutes, I'm really sorry for that. We would love to listen to you, but here we are, constraints of time. Thank you and welcome. Floor is yours. Make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajkumari Gupta. Raj Gupta. Thank you so much. Yes, I do remember meeting you. Thank you very much for your very generous introduction. I would also like to thank Professor Sujata Bhan and for inviting me, and Professor Latika Sharma for introducing me to her. I know this is the end of the session of the day for you, and it's late in the evening for you, so I should begin right away. I would like to begin by acknowledging the indigenous community of Canada by recognizing and respecting the Kenyan Heka as the traditional custodians of the unceded territory on which McGill University is situated. I will talk to you today about social justice and educational equity, which is in some ways related to the last presentation. Actually, there were 2 or 3 things which I thought were very, very well interconnected, and I'll talk about that. Let me give you a bit of the outline. Now, this will look a little bit crowded, but what I'm trying to say here is that there are many concepts in social justice and educational equity, and I'm going to talk about the basic concepts. The very problem of social justice starts because people are not the same. There is diversity in society, and diversity means difference. So I'm going to talk about diversity and difference and ask the question, can we be just to all, to give equal opportunity to all? How can people have equal opportunity if they are different? So we're going to talk about difference. Now, equal opportunity means the concepts of equality and equity. What is the difference between these? How do teachers treat students with different differences, with diverse students? And here, I'm very happy that the last speaker gave us a lot about social inclusion. And one of her slides really struck me. Include me was the message from a person with multiple disabilities, which Deborah Gleason just showed us. But the challenge in India is much more than just multiple disabilities. The other disabilities that we don't see are caste, class, women, and the non-heteronormative people, the LGBTQ plus people. So we have a lot to look at in terms of social inclusion. And so I will talk a bit about that in India and then have some concluding remarks. Now, as we know, the world is in crisis due to the COVID virus and its variants. And one thing that the COVID pandemic has shown us, in addition to killing a lot of us and making us very ill, is that the effects of equality that exist today within as well as among nations, but within our societies also. And it has exposed major cracks in societies, institutions, globally, all over the world. Every single country has suffered that. But in democratic societies, we aim in education to give equal opportunity or equity to all students. And as the preamble to the ILO Constitution says, universal and lasting peace can be established only if it is based on social justice. So the question is, what is the role of education in creating a more cohesive and just society? And this is particularly difficult in a world that is confronted with a lot of diversity and difference in many, many ways. And at a time when the gap in inequality is growing among nations and within societies. The gap between the rich and poor has become so bad that 1% of the people own as much as what the 99%, the other 99% own. So it is very, very stark. So what is social inclusion? It's a much used term, but it's not easy to define. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in its article number 1, says all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So it follows that if we have equality and dignity and rights, we should have equal access to the resources of society. And if we don't, we are excluding people, because the opposite of inclusion is exclusion, and exclusion leads to inequality. Inequality is not only a pressing moral and social issue, but also a critical economic challenge. All types of inequality have economic consequences. And this is from a McKinsey report. McKinsey, which is a consulting firm, a financial consulting firm, says this. And if that is the case, then because that is the case, because it has economic consequences, the idea of inequality has become very important these days. When things have economic consequences, they get a lot of attention in a society. So unequal treatment is detrimental to all. And an example of that is the inequality that we have in vaccine distribution. Because African countries have not had, and the Omicron variant, which has just come out recently in the last 2 weeks, may have originated in Botswana. And there are theories, people are suggesting that because most people have not been vaccinated there, and there's a high incidence of HIV, the variant that has come out has many, many more unknown effects. So the virus is something that they have not seen before, and it is going to be very dangerous. So all I'm saying is that when we are not equal in our distribution of the vaccine, those who have not had the vaccine have the danger of producing variants. And different countries have different problems, and so they can come from any country. But the pandemic has underscored the fact that we are all interconnected, that if one part of the world has not had, is unequal, the rest of the world, which are much better off, are going to suffer the effects of that. The common battle, because we are fighting a common battle, and it's against an invisible enemy. And individual action affects those around us. We know that our right stops when somebody else's rights begin. So being interconnected implies inequality affects us all. And in education, inclusion translates to fairness and equity, not merely just access. That means we're just not enrolling people, but include me. For me, it was a very important statement. The people need social inclusion. They need to be accepted. They need to be part of that society, of the school, of the environment of the school. What are some theories of social inclusion? Well, Western philosophical tradition emphasizes rights, whereas Eastern and African traditions focus on responsibilities and duties. Now, the concept of social justice is meaningful only when we think of it in terms of diversity, because there's no question of justice when there's only one person in the world. It's always in comparison to others. Diversity means variability, and can be variability in ideas, in structures, including values and beliefs, and diversity of people in terms of religion, language, and so on. In education, it can refer to quality and standards, diverse standards. In relation to social justice, diversity usually means diverse populations. So diversity in population implies difference, and the concept involves multiple kinds of differences. Diversity is influenced by locationality. That means whether historically when you are located where, globally, that is geographically, and positionality such as race and gender, language, religion, caste, class, sexual orientation. Locationality and positionality are not fixed categories, but they're relational, they're complex, and they're fluid and changing, volatile. Human beings are different in multiple ways, but it's the meaning that we give to the differences that become political. Distinctive power relations are involved in that, and they result in inequality, prejudice, and discrimination. Because just to be tall or short doesn't mean anything, or black or white doesn't mean anything. It is the meaning we give to differences, that somebody of a different color is less equal than we are. This meaning is socially constructed. I don't know, yeah. The recognition of fundamental diversity of human beings has very deep consequences, as Amartya Sen has said, especially in relation to the concept of social justice issues. The concept of diversity is intertwined with equality and equity. In societies with diverse populations, the issue of equity is more complex because differences there are many kinds of differences. It's multifaceted. And also because the concept refers to deviation from an arbitrary norm. And I will come back to that arbitrary norm later on. Now, so what is educational equity and how is it different from equality? Ancient civilizations like China, India, Africa do not have the concept of equality as it is expressed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, although many of these countries contributed significantly to the document. It is not a Western document. It's very much involved with the contributions of people from India, China, and many African countries and East Asian countries. Here, because I'm speaking at SNDT University, let me just mention, and many of you know this, Hansa Mehta, the former Vice Chancellor of SNDT University, was the Indian delegate to the Human Rights Commission in 1947-48. And she is responsible for changing the language of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Because Eleanor Roosevelt, who along with John Humphreys, who was a McGill professor, drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And Eleanor Roosevelt preferred the language, all men are created equal. But Hansa Mehta insisted that that be changed to all human beings are created equal. So I think that this is a very important thing that we need to know about India, about Indian women, and about SNDT University. And I've taken this from Devika Jain's book, Women, Development, and the United Nations, which was Bloomington, University of Indiana Press. So to come back to the philosophies of Asian countries, the philosophies asserted social stratification. There was no equality. There was caste, there was class. Duty, but they focused on duties and responsibilities, which the Western countries do not focus on at all. They're talking about rights, but they don't realize that their right stops where somebody else's rights begin. The African philosophy of Ubuntu and others, I'm just taking Ubuntu as an example, but there are other philosophies in Africa which stress interdependence rather than individual equality. The modern interpretation of equality is complex because we cannot have equal results in school with so many differences among students. They're different in their abilities and their aptitudes. Their cultural and social capital definitely is very different. Their positions in society and in the socioeconomic side is very, very different. And their educational backgrounds, their parents' educational backgrounds, all these are different. So we have a lot of differences. And what are these differences? There are inherent characteristics as well as external situations. Caste in India is an inherent characteristic, gender, sexual orientation, age, physical and mental health, physical attributes such as race, ethnicity, color of skin, and people's aptitudes are very, very different. So these are inherent differences that we have. Externally, the place of birth, geographically born, are you born in an African country? Are you born in India? Are you born in the US? It makes a lot of difference. Social background or class, social economic class makes a difference. Social capital, how much social capital you have, what is your network? The cultural capital that you have, that you come to school with, Bordeaux's concept of cultural capital, that is, how much knowledge do you have when you come to school? So let me talk about the concepts of equality, diversity, and difference. Differences and their intersections make equality difficult to achieve. So that when a person is from a lower socioeconomic group and has a disability. The intersection of those make equality difficult to achieve. As human beings, we all have equal rights, but we also know that we are born unequal in multiple ways. The problem is, how do we get people to have equal opportunities when they're not equal? Two questions are fundamental. What is the difference between equity and equality? Should we treat everyone the same, even if they have many differences? How can teachers treat all students equally? Should they be blind to differences? So here I'm going to give you a little bit of some pictures which show you what is the difference between equity and equality. Equity refers to fairness, whereas equality implies sameness, equal treatment, or equal access. Equality suggests similarity rather than sameness. It is aimed at removing discrimination, whether it's historical or present. It's very important to remove the discrimination, the barriers that make us experience differences. Equal opportunity does not imply equal treatment, not the same treatment. Rather, it implies fair treatment or equity. It's based on the theory of justice. Rawls and then Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum have made that much more explicit. Both these ideas are related to justice, the idea of the theory of justice. It is futile to expect people to be equal. They cannot be equal. But the removal of barriers to achievement would bring society closer to justice. So justice, as Amartya Sen has very, very strongly pointed out, is not that everybody should be equal, but that we remove the barriers to bring people closer to equality and justice. So here we have 3 students of different heights. Now, in school, we tell them, go and see the game that is going on. You can watch the game there, the cricket match that is going on there. Okay, so they come and they see that there's a barrier, the fence. The person who is tall can see. The person who is not so tall can probably see a little bit. And the person who is who's short, who's small, doesn't see at all. Although they've been given stools, they cannot all see. This is the education we are giving them. But if we give the shortest student the highest pedestal, then they can all see. Now they can all see. That is equity. That is, we are helping those who don't have. That is equity. That is fairness. Not the same treatment, but fair treatment. Equality is not the same as equity. Diversity and equity are complementary values. How can teachers treat all students equally? All children need to be provided equal opportunities. And that means we give them special treatment if they need special treatment. Schools need to welcome all children. They need to not just enroll them in the school, but they need to welcome all children, because non-recognition or misrecognition can inflict harm, can be a form of oppression, imprisoning someone in a false, distorted, and reduced mode of being. And I take this from Charles Taylor, who is a very famous political philosopher and a colleague in my university. When we don't welcome all children, we don't recognize some of them, we marginalize some of them. For teachers to promote equity in their classrooms, they must understand key concepts. They must have that in their training, in the teacher training. Difference, they need to understand what is difference, what is other, who is the other, I, me, you, the other. You are differentiating them. And they need to understand the difference between equality and equity. So what is different? Often difference is at the root of cultural tensions. What is it? How does it lead to tensions and inequality in the world, in the community, in the school? We base our behavior on preconceived notions of difference because we think of difference as deficiency. If you're not the same as me, you're different from me. And you're probably not as good as I am. This leads to prejudice, stereotypes, hatred. Difference, when it is thought of as deficiency, we have to consider the question, the norm. Different, how are they different? From whom are they different? For whom are they different? That means we have a norm in place. We have an ideal of someone in place. And that norm is the majority group. So we say that you are different from me because you are not the same in the same, that's how you're different. You're different because if the male is the norm, then the female is different. For whom is it different? It's different for me, because for the person who is different, they don't see the difference. They might be made to feel the difference, but they don't feel, they themselves don't feel the difference. But for me, you are different. For whom it is different? These are the important questions. These differences are socially created and they are comparative. And they change over time. That's the issue. They change over time. Why do some differences matter a lot and some not at all? This is inherently political because it involves power. It's inherently political because it represents power imbalances. These differences serve to form boundaries and separate groups of people. The consequences of difference are very bad. The results in attitudes of prejudice and discriminatory behavior takes the form of racism, sexism, classism, casteism, and intolerance, among other things. Intolerance of, let's say, a disability, a physical or a mental disability. Recognizes groups of people in terms of fixed images or stereotypes that, oh yeah, you come from this country, then you're like this. Or you're a female, you won't be good at math. Or you're short, you won't be good at basketball. This leads to othering. That means you have become the other. And othering is what is dangerous in this classroom, when the teacher is othering certain students. Differences are constructed and reinforced through education. That is the sad part. That education is supposed to be looking at how we can nullify differences. That means we are trying to remove the thought of difference, but we are reinforcing it through education. Should teachers be blind to difference? Should we say no? Oh, yeah, over here, many teachers will say, oh, we don't see differences. Black and white students are the same to us. Black, brown, and white students are different to us, the same to us. Difference blindness or the same implies treating students the same by appearing to be blind to differences. But students are deeply diverse. They're very different. And in their inherent characteristics, that their identities are very different. And their positioning result in unequal power relations because their experiences are different. You cannot treat them the same way. The effect of ignoring such differences is unjust and inegalitarian because it fails to recognize students' inequalities. There is nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals. I think this is a very telling statement, and I've taken that from Harvey. So how should we treat inequalities among students? At the heart of the educational endeavor is the individual teacher, whose sensitivity and skills as a professional enable children of various capabilities and cultures to achieve their maximum potential, or alternatively, whose inability, often inadvertently, lead to student failure. So it is the teacher training that is very, very important in how we can be equitable with diverse student bodies. If we want social justice in our classroom, what are the implications for education, for teachers in particular? Education has perpetuated inequality by maintaining structures of class, caste, and difference as translated into deficiency. To have social justice would mean inclusive education. And that is a paradigm shift because it is a dramatic change in people's worldview. Even if you're a teacher, when you are asked to take in all kinds of students and treat them with equal dignity and equal rights, that recognize their equal rights, it is a paradigm shift. It's a very important shift. And it is very difficult for people like us who have been brought up in a certain culture, socialized into a certain situation. For us, it is very difficult. Teachers must design and activate learning possibilities that enfranchise all students. They empower all students. So that individually they are different. They may be given different activities because they have different experiences and they have different learning styles. So it's important to see whose style is what. How do we help that child learn better? We must aim for inclusive classrooms where all differences are recognized and respected for each child to develop their potential. Inclusion is not merely mainstreaming students with different needs in regular schools. Teachers must remove the structural barriers and provide the cultural capital, which many of them won't have. The focus of inclusion is on the quality of school experiences of each student, not just enrolling them, but the quality of education that they get. Education and social justice. Education, as many people know, is a moral enterprise. And the pandemic has directed our focus on the importance of humanistic values in education. We are getting so many webinars on student well-being, mental health of students, mental health of teachers, compassion, care. These are things that are missing in our school systems very often. The need for multiple perspectives. We are diverse people. We need these perspectives of many, many kinds of perspectives. The gender perspective is different. Social class perspectives are different. People with different religions, they have different perspectives. So we need those. That is why in business these days, in business schools, they're talking about diversity. Why? Because economically they know that multiple perspectives will lead to innovation, and innovation will lead to economic betterment, And if it's economically good, it's good in society. It becomes more important. Although that should not be the reason, but that unfortunately is the reason. The need for multiple perspectives is very important. Now, social and emotional learning, SEL, has been a neglected part of education because in a globalized world, the neoliberal agenda has been pushing for job skills. And job skills are very important, but both skills are essential and can be developed together. It's not an either or situation because social and emotional learning is a state of mind. It's a worldview. It's not a subject. So while we are teaching science and math and social studies, they are not separate. They are the social and emotional learning, compassion and care involves values. They are not separate subjects. They should be incorporated and permeate the curriculum, every subject, and developed through the teaching of the content in all subjects. The pandemic has also reinforced the need to develop critical thinking skills in students for making ethical decisions and a scientific approach to combat disease, climate change, and sustainable development. So that we heard that if you dip into the Ganges, your coronavirus will disappear. No, we have to have a scientific approach. We are talking about a virus. It's not going to go away by dipping into anything. So we have to have a scientific approach when we are combating disease. When we're combating climate change, we know that climate change is happening and we have to be very careful about how we go about doing things. And making our planet sustainable and a sustainable development. Critical media literacy is something else that the pandemic has also shown us. In this day of social media and fake news, we need in schools to have critical media literacy. Media literacy is very important for us. Nothing was more, it was never more clear than it was during the Trump era in the US. The fake news that was coming out, and how do we know what is fake and what is not? Children don't usually know, but they need to be taught how to recognize fake news. Social cohesion and global citizenship skills are very important. We know that the pandemic has taught us that we need social cohesion. We are an interdependent world. Therefore, we are citizens of the world. Global citizenship skills are in recognition of interdependence of people and nations. That doesn't mean that you are not a citizen of Mumbai, that you are not a citizen of India, that you are not a citizen, if you are a citizen of the globe, if you're a global citizen. We have multiple identities. So we can be citizens of many places. We have a cosmopolitan outlook. Teachers are the medium for promoting these values and skills because we want a transformative education. But most importantly, the challenge for teachers is to examine their own values and biases before taking on the tremendous responsibility which is to teach. Now, inequality in India is, there is inequality all over the world. But here we are talking about India. The human development indices indicate that the greater inequality in countries lead to greater prosperity. So, because India is a very unequal country, we need to have greater equality if we want prosperity. Equality in equity is integral to human development. Unfortunately, India ranks 140th among 156 countries in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report in 2021, this year. Although last year, it ranked 112 out of 152 countries, but there was a sharp decline during the pandemic. And that is because women suffered a lot, more than others. Although the virus does not discriminate and it attacks everybody the same, but the impact on women was much worse. Now, among South Asian countries, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan rank higher than India in the gender gap, whereas Pakistan and Afghanistan rank lower. So we're not in good company. It is very, very important for women in India to be better treated, have higher status. 34.
Professor Ghosh.
Yes.
Professor Ghosh.
Yes.
We can discuss the main points now.
And now I'm coming to my conclusion.
All right. Thank you.
Women are illiterate compared to 17% of men. And while 6% of the population is in extreme poverty, 10 million more women than men are in extreme poverty. 150 million children are out of school, and domestic violence complaints have doubled nationwide. This is a global trend, but the domestic violence includes acts specific to India and to South Asia in our special situation. So in concluding my remarks, I will say that we need to recognize and acknowledge the inequalities in society. In our societies, definitely there's in the world, but we have to look at our societies. Most remarkably, attitudes and practices that relate to caste and to women. Despite strong laws against discrimination and violence related to caste and women in India, social attitudes have not changed at the same pace. We have very strong laws. The Constitution is very strong, but it's one of the best constitutions for women in the world. But the social attitudes have not changed at the same rate. Social justice education is essential for equity in an unequal world if we are to have peace and sustainability for the human race. Schools need to focus on inclusion, not merely mainstreaming. Inclusion is fundamental to human dignity. And the equality potentials tells us that we need to transform education. Equity potential at this, we've come to a watershed moment in the pandemic has brought us to a watershed moment. And this is our chance to transform education, not just tinker with a new normal. Education can and should focus on critical thinking, on skills as well as emotions that will lead to equitable lives in future generations for the survival of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for a brilliant presentation which reflects depth and width of your understanding on issues related to equity and equality. Betty, ma'am, how many minutes do we have for the questions? Can we have 5 minutes?
Yeah, we could take 1 or 2 questions, and the rest of the questions, participants, you can post either in the chat or in the WhatsApp group or Telegram group. What we'll do is, like we did for the other sessions, we'll collate the questions and we'll request ma'am to answer them.
All right. Let's look at, as the time goes, we'll keep on handling the questions. We invite one now, right now. I invite the questions from the audience. If anybody has questions, could write down in the chat or unmute yourself and ask the question from Professor Ghosh. She'll love to answer. Yes, please. Any participants? Though it was so clear and, you
Yeah.
know, so sound that.
Profound, absolutely. Absolutely.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
It was very starkly presented, very clearly presented.
Thank you.
Any questions which you people want to put in the chat?
Shall I?
Participants?
Yes,
please.
yes, there is something.
Yes, please.
So I just wanted to tell that attitude is very important thing, because what I come across in the school, my experience is that it is due to the difference in attitude that we are not able to have more children with special needs, because it's not the children who are not accepting them. It's more I felt that there should be a change in attitude among the teachers and also the parents. Because children I have seen from LKG, I've seen, this is my experience, I've seen them taking care of the children with the child with the special need, even though they're in the kindergarten. I was quite surprised, more than a teacher, how this small children taking care of another child. That is something I mean, very exciting for me to speak about. And also and another my question is to you is that what according to you is a criteria to say that a school is inclusive? Because that is something I'm trying to see that we achieve. I don't know when, but still I'm trying my best to change the mind of the management, and so many things are there. But anyway, I'm in the first step. I don't say that I've gone so much ahead, but surely I'm in the first step.
I'm sure you will progress soon. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No, I was going to say that it's very important for the school leadership to introduce a culture of a school culture which is inclusive. That means zero tolerance of any discrimination, first of all, but also but lack of discrimination is not enough. You have to create an atmosphere of welcome that make everybody feel that I'm a human being just like you are. My differences are not deficiencies. And so that the school management, the principal, the teachers should together sit down and decide on a school culture and environment that will be in every way they are going to make their students feel that if they step out of that boundary, they are not welcome to do that. They have to feel an inclusive culture, that we're all the same in terms of our rights. We have the same rights. We have our differences, but they're not deficiencies. They're good. Diversity is an asset. It's not a deficiency.
True, true, true. Any other
Thank you, ma'am.
questions, please? Participants, any other questions? Betty, I think it may be time to wind up also.
Yes, yes.
Professor Ghosh, we are really grateful to you for accepting our invitation, being with us, and delivering such a wonderful talk on equity and equality, differentiating. I will like to again repeat your statement, which you so loved and I loved also. There is nothing more unequal than treating unequals equally. It is so important. It's so touching, and it has a lot to feel. And from this, you can do a lot. You can derive a lot. It's such a profound statement. And one more which you mentioned, I really liked it. Diversity and equity are complementary. They will complement each other. Diversity is an asset, as you said just now. It's not a deficiency. So clear and so rich. I'm thankful to you, grateful to you for being with us and sparing your valuable time for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I just want to say, Dr. Gupta, it's worth all the trouble that I was chasing her. That, you know.
Yeah, it was worth really. I have heard her also in research. She was too good, except that internet wasn't given to her. So she really couldn't show her all those riches which we had with us, with her. And I still remember her lecture.
Yeah,
Such a
so
good one.
Yeah. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ghosh.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Again, want to be with you again in some situation so that we can listen to you again.
You know, Indians don't let go easily. Once we like something, we kind of latch on to that. So
once they know somebody's good.
That's what I'm saying. When we like somebody, we just latch on. So we will keep bothering you. We'll keep bothering you. Thank you so very much.
That's good. I would love to be involved.
Sure. Thank you so much, Professor Ghosh. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Bhan, for putting us together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I'm so glad. And, you know, it's a revelation for me. I didn't know you knew each other. So we've been lucky that way to put the right people together. So pat on our back or thanks to God.
In fact, one of my postdoc students is from her university.
Ah, lovely.
So she's going to come soon to India now.
Great.
Really?
Yes, in December she's going to come.
Which department?
She has a long list of things which she is doing. I don't remember what exactly is her department, but her name is Harmeher. Harmeher.
Okay.
She's a Punjabi student actually, settled there.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betty, for cooperating all the time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Love being with you people.
Yes, same here.
We love having you, ma'am. We miss you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Many of your old students have written in the chat, Dr. Gupta, they've said hi to you.
Yeah. I didn't read it. I'm so sorry. Hi to all of them and greetings to them and best wishes to them.
To see you. Shobha Sriram.
Okay. My student. Even Betty was my student.
Yes, she said so in the beginning. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Bless you all.
So after everything that has been said, anything that I say will be sort of anticlimax to the whole thing. So all I will say is thank you so much, Professor Ghosh, for being here and sharing your thoughts with us. We were enthralled, and I think that's the reason why we don't have any questions. We're still sort of ruminating over what you said and just imbibing the implications of everything that you said. And thank you, Professor Gupta, for taking the time to be here with us. It's wonderful to have you. We're waiting when we could have both of you here physically in India and we could meet and interact with you. So
that would be nice.
And I love to be with Professor Ghosh again.
Yes, I look forward to it. I recognize your name in the program.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
So for the last time today, let's switch on our cameras and click a quick photograph. And while we're doing that, let me tell you a little bit about what we've planned for you. So attached to the Department of Special Education, we have a small experimental school called Arushi, the Learning Center. When the lockdown happened, like everyone, it was a big shock. Oh, what's going to happen with the children? Special, they're not going to sit in front of the camera. They're not going to sit. How is it going to happen? There was a lot of confusion, anxiety, worries, and we had at that point of time 4 teachers in our staff, and kudos to them. The way they planned, the way they thought of things, the way they innovated, the way they reinvented, and they said, no, we're going to do this, and they convinced the parents, no, it will happen, and they put on their cloaks of resilience, if I may say so. And today, the kids are learning so beautifully online. They have blossomed. Skills that we never anticipated that children would pick up, they have picked up. They've become comfortable with technology. It's brilliant and superb to watch. And we just want to share a few of those moments that we've had over the period of lockdown. So you're
welcome. Please show.
Yes, ma'am, if you've done with the photographs, we can show the picture.
That's our tribute for the International Day
Yes.
for the People with Disabilities. And I think Debbie is still there, so she can also see the resilience
she's
of our
there.
teachers
Yes,
and our
yes.
children,
Yes.
our small bit of work.
Arushi, the children and staff are very close to our heart.
Wonderful.
You're really very nice.
Thank you for showing that to us. It was such a treat.
Mm.
You are on mute.
Betty ma'am, you on mute.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying back and watching and sharing that video with us. We loved showing it to you. We loved making it. I think only when we made it, we realized where we have moved and how we have moved along. And it was really wonderful. The feedback form link has been put in the chat. It will also be shared in the group. So please do update it. This is feedback for day 3. And it'll help us, like I've said before, it'll help us improve. Thank you so much to all the resource persons, the speakers, our chairpersons. It's been a great day, courtesy all of you. I know it's been a very long day. I had something more planned to say, but I think I'm just going to hold it back for tomorrow and share that. So thank you,
I'll miss
everyone.
it. I'll miss it. Send that to me.
Please join us for our valedictory.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Please do.
And thank you, Taru. She has been like tirelessly since morning, since afternoon, sign language, interpreting the whole thing in sign language. Really, really thanks.
Taru's actually been doing a back and forth. She is interpreting for the program that's happening at Nipivid, and whenever she gets time, she comes and she quickly does a bit for us and she leaves. So really appreciate you a lot, Taru. And so good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
And take care. We'll see you tomorrow for day 4.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you,
very
Professor Ghosh.
Thank you. Thank you.
And please do come back for the valedictory.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Students, you can sign off.
Ma'am, live stream.
Thank you.